Welcome, Pioneer Nation, to our I Give Catholic Giving Tuesday campaign. And we are here with the man, the myth, the legend, Terry Graveman. And Mr. Graveman, tell us a little bit about your history with Duchesne.
I'd be happy to, Becky. I'm born and raised in St. Charles. Grew up in St. Charles Borromeo Parish and finished at Borromeo in '64, came here as a freshman. Finished here in 1968 and went on to college, got a teaching degree. And I was happy to come back here as a teacher in 1973. I started here as a social studies teacher and worked in that position. Then I became Dean of Students. Now they call it Dean of Student Services. I did that part-time and still had 2 or 3 classes. Then the administrator at the time asked me to just become full-time Dean of Student Services, which I did. And then my last 10 years of my career, I was the president of the high school. So a 39-year great career here. I really appreciate the fact that I was able to come back to Duchesne. And I've met a lot of good people, not only when I was a student here, but as a teacher. I met great students, faculty, staff, and parents. It's just been a great experience.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And as a prior parent to a Duchesne student, what advice would you give Duchesne parents?
I would think that the best thing to remember is that you are always a parent, regardless of how old your children are, and that you're concerned about everything they do. And if you're a current parent here, it's very important that you stay very involved with your student and help support them and also the faculty and staff here and everything that Duchesne does. Family is a watchword around here. It was the whole time I was here, and it continues to be one of the hallmarks of Duchesne.
Mm-hmm. Yep, and let's give a shout out to your family. What can you tell us your kids' names and what year they graduated?
Okay, we were blessed. First of all, I married Joanne Lambert, who is also a graduate from here. And our firstborn were twin daughters, Amy and Jennifer, and then our son is Tom. And we're blessed now with 6 grandchildren.
That's awesome.
And they personally thank me for allowing them to come to Duchesne, and they now have budding career, a CPA, a teacher, and a employee, or he's actually the manager, total manager of St. Peter's Golf Course. So they've got great careers, and my wife and I are very proud of them.
That's awesome. Great to hear. And then in the next 10 years, what are your hopes for Duchesne?
Well, in the next 10 years, I hope they can continue to grow. Mm-hmm. Things go through ebbs and flows as far as how the population goes in St. Charles. I remember as a student here, the school was smaller. Then it got bigger, resulting in additions to the buildings. And my hope is that people will realize how important it is to continue your students' education in a positive atmosphere where family and togetherness is important. I know now, excuse me, with the house system here, how much that helps bring out the spirit of cooperation and realization of what Catholic education is all about.
Right. That house system is amazing. Yeah. And finally, why is it important to give back to Duchesne, especially during this I Give Catholic campaign today?
I think it's important to give back because of what Duchesne has given us. You know, there's a unique atmosphere, and as Catholics, we're required to make sacrifices. But I think it's important to include your Catholic education. Remember where you were and how important it was when you were a student and now a past parent when you were involved in all aspects of Duchesne High School. It's a great place with a bright future, and Catholic education is what I think a benchmark for evangelization, as they keep talking about, where you can live Christ daily.
Well, thank you so much for this interview, Mr. Graveman, and we appreciate you coming today and speaking with us, and we look forward to seeing you around Duchesne again.
Oh, I got a feeling you might. I was honored that I was asked to come back, and it's exciting times with all this modern technology. It's just going to get better.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Kurt Schneider. I'm a teacher here at Duchesne High School. I'm a graduate of the class of 1993. Duchesne is important to me because it's been a part of my life for as long as I can remember. My parents were graduates of Duchesne High School.
Welcome back to Duchesne for Giving Tuesday with the I Give Catholic campaign. All day today we've been collecting money from our community for different various things around the school to help better our education for our kids and make it just a much better experience. So we appreciate your generosity today and every day. I'm now joined by sophomore Sam Jost. He is going to talk to us about the Student Ambassador Program. I can tell you that working with Sam he's a great ambassador for our school because he does everything. He's a 3-sport athlete. He's in the Scholars Academy. He basically fits the mold of what it means to be a Duchesne pioneer. So, Sam, I'm just going to ask you a few questions, and I know you're a little bit nervous, so you'll be fine. Trust me, we'll walk you through this. When you first started as a student ambassador, what did you think you were getting yourself into, or what did you think it meant?
Really just, I thought it was only getting shadows here and there. But
Yeah, and just kind of
Yeah,
showing them around where
showing 'em.
here's a locker room, here's this. But now that you've been doing it for a while, and I can tell you that he is often paired with kids just because being so involved, he shares a lot of interest with a lot of our potential students. So that's why we always try to make those connections. How do you feel like your involvement helps people decide on Duchesne?
It just shows people that there's something for everyone here, and even everyone has different interests, but there's somewhere for you to fit in.
Sure, great. What has been, as a student ambassador, I know you've met a bunch of different kids that have come through and toured our school. What does it feel like when a student says, you know what, yeah, I think I do want to come to Duchesne?
It makes you feel really good because, you know, it shows that you have an impact on where Duchesne is in the future. And
Have some ownership in that. Yeah. Are there some kids in our freshman class that you had mentored
I
and
had a few, yeah.
yeah, that's got to be pretty cool to
Yeah.
see them walking the halls. What when you're like getting ready for your shadow visit, like what goes through your mind? Are you thinking, okay, I have to, perform, or is it just kind of a,
Just
Duchesne is what it is, and
Normal day. I mean, Duchesne has what it has to offer, and it's all there for you every day. So,
awesome, awesome. What's a funny story that's maybe happened? What's the funniest thing that's ever happened on a shadow visit?
One day I was in geometry class, and we had a kid that was like ahead of us in his geometry lessons, and he was telling all of us how to do the problems.
I love that. Did he end
Yeah.
up coming to school here?
No, he.
Oh, shoot.
he was
Okay, well.
homeschooled. So.
Oh, well, that'll do it. Okay. Well, good. Well, we appreciate everything that you do, and I know it's a lot because, trust me, when I say that we use Sam a lot, it's probably 2 or 3 times a week that Sam is taking kids on tours and showing them what it means to be a pioneer, and it's more than just showing them around the building. It's giving them an idea of what the community is like and what the atmosphere is, and so I really appreciate you doing that for us all the time. Anything else you want to add about being a student ambassador?
No, I mean.
Okay. So the world, and when I mean the world, there's probably like 7 or 8 people watching this right now. But those 7 or 8 people want to know, Sam Jost, do you know how to juggle?
Not well.
Not well. Okay. Do you want to attempt the 2-ball juggle or the 3-ball juggle?
We'll go 3.
You're going to go 3. He's going big, folks. He's going big. Okay, here we go. We've got 3. Here we go. You're only the second person to attempt the 3. Oh, it's not a strong start.
Yeah, that's-
not a strong start at all. Ooh.
We'll go back to 2.
Okay, let's go 2. Let's go 2, like we thought. There it is. See? Like I said, he does it all. 3-sport athlete. By the way, congratulations on your district championship in football.
Thank you.
Good, really coming off a great season and now right into basketball. Yeah, which I don't know if you've ever seen the Duchesne Pioneers play, but if you did, you probably saw Sam Jost take a charge because he takes charges like every day. Every time I've been to a game, you take at least one, which is awesome. So, well, I appreciate you coming and talking with us today.
Thank you.
Thank you again to our community and to our friends and family that have donated to this wonderful foundation. And have a great day.
Today we're going to be making chicken Alfredo. Patrick is going to be seasoning the chicken.
Okay, so we're just going to start off with a light seasoning of salt and pepper.
Just a pinch of salt on each of these pieces of chicken. And a light dusting of pepper. Don't really want to overpower the dish here.
I'm going to throw it over to Genevieve and Saban. They're going to show you how to make the Alfredo sauce.
All right, now moving on to the Alfredo sauce. First, we're going to start off with a half a cup of butter. And you're going to put it on medium-high until melted.
Let's move this over to the stove.
Okay.
Are you okay? Next, we're going to be adding in a teaspoon of Italian seasoning, a teaspoon of garlic powder, a half a teaspoon of salt, and a fourth a teaspoon of pepper.
Now we're going to add 1 tablespoon of minced garlic.
Now that some of the other stuff is in the pan, we're going to turn on our water and add a pinch of salt. Now we're going to be adding in a pint of heavy whipping cream.
Came up to a simmer. We're going to add 4 ounces of sour cream. Make sure you clean as you go. You don't want 37 dishes just stacked up in the sink, not even pre-washed or rinsed or whatever. And now we're going to start making our chicken while our water's coming up to a boil for the pasta and our sauce is simmering. You're going to start off by buttering your pan so the chicken doesn't stick to the bottom.
Remember to taste the sauce. You can always add extra seasoning, but you can never take back.
Unless you want to restart the whole process.
Hello, we are the Duchenne Drumline, founded this August by me. It's my capstone project. I'm MK Beckemeyer. I play snare drum.
I'm Charles Owen. I play quad toms. I'm Logan Archer. I play bass drum and other percussion.
I'm Carson Kuhn. I play bass drum.
I'm Amanda Bronner. I play cymbals.
I'm Oliver Rothweiler and I play the cowbell.
And we are playing a piece called Thunderbolt. Okay, ready? So here we have Mrs. Broyles. She is our campus minister, theology teacher, and many other roles. What are some of the other things you do here at Duchesne?
I am also the head coach for the cheerleading squad this year, and then I am taking on the Dean of Jokes house, which has been a lot of fun as well.
All right, so you are an alum of Duchesne. Has a lot changed since you've been here?
Yes, I was just thinking, like, the one thing I think that stayed the same is the community and family feel. That has been around probably from the start, honestly, and hasn't gone away. But as far as like the building, you know, the hallways look brand new. Majority of the classrooms are all totally redone. What else has changed? Gosh, we had student council when I was here, but now we've got the house system, which is like having 4 student councils in the school in addition to the other clubs that we have. Trying to think. There's some new faces around too, which I think have been really great additions to our staff. And then this East Sports Center. This used to be like I think it was the history hub. So all of our history classes were in this building. Our sophomore class homerooms were in this building, and this room was the library. And now it's this awesome like tech center, which is just kind of mind blowing. Yeah.
Awesome. And from your perspective as a theology teacher and our campus minister, how well, or what is your outlook on the school's ability to teach and share its faith with its members and teach our students to share their faith as well?
Yeah, I think obviously there's always things that we can do to improve, and that's an ongoing process and goal. But what's really beautiful about this school is that teachers have the freedom and are encouraged to share their faith with the kids. We're encouraged to pray before our classes. It doesn't just have to be a theology class. And within theology, you know, obviously we're covering really beautiful material. But what our staff, I think, does well, in particular, I know Mr. Ostertag is doing great with this. We take the kids to the chapel to pray. And so we're not just covering the textbook material that is good head knowledge, but we're trying our best to turn that in to heart knowledge. You know, it's easy to know things in our head without it like really being felt in our hearts. And so, you know, that's something that we are definitely working on as a staff, and just hoping and praying that our students receive it.
Absolutely. Thank you for your insight, Mrs. Broyles. And we will be right back after the break.
Thank you.
Welcome back to Duchesne High School well, we're right out of school. We're taking practice time, aren't we, ladies? Yes, we are. So coming back to talk to you guys about donating to iGive Catholic. All of your funds that come through are coming directly to our students, our faculty, and the people right here in the building. So we want to thank everybody for your generosity so far. Our community has had such an outpouring of wonderful donations, and we just couldn't be happier. But I'm joined right now with our girls varsity basketball team, our captains, our senior captains, and then we've also got our new head coach, Mr. JT Taylor. So welcome, guys. Welcome to the studio. Okay, is everybody having a good day?
Yes.
Good, I'm glad to hear it. So I mentioned Coach Taylor, a new face to our program. So Coach, let's start out with you. What are you looking for out of the girls this year? What do you kind of foresee as our season?
Yeah, first off, it's a great day to be a Pioneer, so just want to thank all of our donors, our alumni, and the Friends of Duchesne for their donations today. I know we're over $100,000 with our $50,000 matching gift, so really appreciate that. So this year, just trying to instill a new culture here at Duchesne. We're starting off with the fundamentals and how we want to play, kind of like what's going to be our identity. We want to play fast. We want to pressure the ball. I don't think there's any high school team that likes to be pressed where we're at, and so we just want to pressure the ball, try to create turnovers. And I think it's the faster you play, the more points you score. And I think it's just more of a fun way to play the game. And so hopefully shoot better, focus on the fundamentals, and that's what we're doing right now.
Great, good deal. I'm looking forward. When's our season opener?
It's Friday
Woo!
at Ladue.
This Friday. Okay, at Ladue. Okay, all right. So everybody hit the road to Ladue this Friday. JV will start us off, which I know those coaches too, and they're okay. So we'll start off with JV, and then we'll tip off with varsity on Friday. So I'm looking forward to that. Let's bring it over to Nana, who I like to call Nina, even though she hates it. Nina, tell me, so far, what are you looking to get out of this season?
I'm looking to get out a good season, senior season, a lot of wins, and a good bond with the rest of the team and fellow seniors on the
And
team.
now, your story's a little bit different because you didn't start playing basketball as a freshman, am I right?
Yeah,
Okay,
no.
so what got you to kind of jump on board and get going?
I always thought about playing, but I was always hesitant because I didn't think I'd be good enough to play. But then with you pushing me,
Bribing, guilt tripping, whatever you want to call it, yes.
I decided to join last year, and I don't regret it. It was good times.
Good. Well, we're so glad you're a part of the team now. Ladies, the four of you have been here from the jump, if you will. Molly, tell me a little bit about what you want to get out of this season, or what your goal is for this season.
A ring.
You heard it here first, folks. It's an exclusive. It's ring season. We are going for it. And we know that is going to take a lot of work, right?
Yeah.
Yes. Right. But we're willing to put that in. At least we're going to do our darndest to do that. So what else do we want to talk about? Do we want to talk about maybe one of our favorite memories? Corinne, tell me about one of your favorite memories. Not necessarily from this year, but throughout your 4-year span as a Pioneer basketball player.
My favorite memory of all 4 years was actually my freshman year when the assistant varsity coach, DeMello, he was the head coach of JV, and we did not get along at all. Freshman year was horrible. But now he's one of my favorite people ever, and I just find that a really good memory of me growing together and just, becoming a good family team.
Yeah, I love that too. I remember Corinne as a freshman playing. She was just like a little gnat. She played defense, and she was always around and everywhere. And if you had the ball and she was guarding you, it was not fun. And it's still that way, actually, to be perfectly honest with you. So I love that about you. I love your tenacity. Grace, tell me about your favorite memory as a basketball player at Duchesne.
Well, it's hard to pick one.
Yeah.
But if I had to, it would be the friendships that I made. Like, freshman year, I got to know all these wonderful girls, and I think we're still pretty good friends today, and we probably will be after high school and then going on.
Absolutely. I love that. What about you, Miles?
Mine would be making new friends as soon as I got to Duchesne and bullying my sister into coming back and playing.
That was great. She graduated last year. Morgan, she was a great contributor to our team too.
Yeah, but it's just a really fun environment to be in all the time.
Yeah. Taylor, what's your favorite memory as a Pioneer?
My favorite memory is probably winning our district championship our sophomore year.
That was a game right there. That was a game right there.
It was a good time. I enjoyed myself.
That's my profile pic on Twitter. Is my profile pic.
All
Yep.
the time, like I'm Mr. Profile.
She sure is. She sure is. Nina, what's been your favorite memory so far?
My favorite memory so far is all the welcoming coaching staff and girls that let me join last year and just welcomed me as soon as I decided to join. So
good. So what's our game plan? Like, what are we going to go out and do? Like, what's our team motto this year? I mean, obviously we want to win. We want to go out. We want to get a ring, but not give up. I like that. That's kind of like what we are as pioneers, right? Like we're going out, we're doing things that we've not done before, and doing things differently to make sure that we can get there. Yeah.
Positive attitude.
Yes.
A good goal.
I think that's a great goal, and I think we're on our way to that. I really do. It's, of course, at the beginning of the season, you have your ups and downs, and everybody kind of goes on a roller coaster of emotions, but once we start gelling, I think we're really going to have something special, and I hope you guys truly believe that too. Molly, I see you. I see that face. It's just a matter of getting everybody together. Coach, what else do you want to say about the program this year?
We always want to be player-led, and so I always, meeting with our seniors, meeting with them often, say like, what's our feedback? How can we make practice better? You got to lead your underclassmen. I think a program can only go as far as the players lead it. I mean, coaches, we coach as much as we can, but obviously in the day we don't score any points. It comes with the players, and so just trying to get that. I think the players bought in. They're doing a tremendous job so far. Seen a lot of improvement. We had our jamboree right before Thanksgiving. We were really competitive in that jamboree. Got a win right off the bat. So been really impressed with the process, and just hopefully we trust the process, and we want to get this ship landed in February, March, and hopefully get a ring this year, as Molly was saying.
Yeah, it's ring season. All right, ladies, anything else you want to add? I have one more question. Of the five of you, who do you think would be the best juggler?
Molly.
Molly, for some reason.
All right.
I don't know.
Your hidden talents.
Molly, let's see what you've got. I'll let you start with 2.
It's just 2. I think
Okay, just 2. Okay, well, you might be the first one to be able to do that.
You got it.
Here we go. Here we go.
I don't even know how you.
I want to try it.
Oh, clearly we have voted incorrectly. Taylor, you want to take over?
I'm going to try.
She definitely did.
Woo!
Taylor.
Hey, there it is. That was pretty good. I'm impressed. Okay, we've just been doing that all day. So thank you guys again for taking the time to come in here. Now it's time to get to practice and get better, so we're ready for that game against Ladue.
Awesome. Thanks for having us.
Thank you
Appreciate
for
it.
having
You guys want to send them off? Okay, say, it's a great day to be a pioneer. We'll be right back. Ready?
It's
a great day to be a pioneer. We'll be right back.
Hi, my name is Mike Knoyer. I'm a 1968 graduate of Duchesne High School and a retired doctor of medicine, having practiced ENT in St. Charles County for 38 years. I'm here to talk to you about Giving Catholic, which will occur between November 14 and 29 of this year. I can't begin to stress enough the importance of Catholic education at Duchesne High School. I myself, when I left the hallowed halls of Duchesne,
I'm Kelly Brune. I'm an alum of Duchesne, and I'm a current faculty member. Why Duchesne? Duchesne is family. You are loved and supported and accepted for who you are, but you are also supported and urged to do more. Please support Duchesne with I Give Catholic.
Hi, my name is Maddie. I'm a sophomore here at Duchesne, and what I love most about Duchesne is the small, close-knit community where everyone can be successful. Please support Duchesne through I Give Catholic. Hi, I'm Maddie. I'm a sophomore here at Duchesne, and I think the school size here really allows kids to get involved in different clubs and sports and different opportunities, and allows you to really build close relationships.
Hi, I'm Melissa. I'm a sophomore here at Duchesne, and When you get involved in different clubs and sports, you really get to form new relationships with coaches and friends that you really wouldn't get anywhere else.
I'm Jack Zare, class of '59, and I'm here to ask you to support Duchesne High School in the Give Catholic program. I will give Catholic, and here's why. The news has convinced me that our younger generations were all entitled me-firsters. This news turned me into a curmudgeonly old poop devoid of hope. Then over the last 12 years, I began to meet some of the upper-class men and women studying here. I found them to all have well-developed muscles on their bodies, in their minds, and in their souls. They had the ability to discern evil in terms of black and white, not rationalize it away as some shade of gray. They had a spirit of service about them, and they restored to me the hope I lost as I settled into old poopdom. For me, I will support Duchesne as long as there is a single student here working on those 3 sets of muscles. Again, please support Duchesne High School in the Give Catholic program during the last half of November. 100% of your donation will support the school, where every day is a good day to be a pioneer.
Hi Duchesne, I'm Daviana Harding. I'm a senior and I love Duchesne because the sports and the unity we have as a school. You can give to Duchesne today through I Give Catholic.
Hello, my name is Cam Lee. I am a class of 2023 and I attend Duchesne High School. Duchesne is important to me because all the teachers, they help you. Even if you don't have the teacher as one of your main teachers, they still help you, and it's like a great community to be around. Please support Duchesne with a gift to I Give Catholic.
Hi, my name is Paul Boschert, and I'm the current athletic director here at Duchesne High School. Duchesne has played an important role in my life as I was a student here back in the 70s where I graduated in 1977. I was also given the opportunity to start my educational career as a teacher and coach here at Duchesne back in 1981. The formation and foundation of my time as a student and a teacher and coach allowed me to spend the next 40 years in education, where I currently am as the athletic director. Duchesne High School is participating in the I Give Catholic campaign that will take place between November 14th and Giving Tuesday on November the 29th. There's a couple things that probably would help us in the athletic department with your donation. We are trying to finish up our broadcast center in the eSports lab, as well as a new speaker system in the Ted Gator Athletic Center. So we hope that you will donate. Think of Duchesne. Again, it's always a great day to be a pioneer, and you can make it even greater with your donation.
Welcome back to Duchesne High School on Giving Tuesday for our I Give Catholic campaign. We want to thank all of those of you who have donated already and been so gracious and so kind to think of us on this day, and we appreciate everything that you've done for us and your generosity. I am joined now by head coach of our football team. He's also our head track and field coach this spring, Mr. Vince Moores. Vince, thanks for coming today.
Yeah, no problem.
Let's talk about the elephant in the room. What a run by our football pioneers this year.
Yeah, it was exciting to see their growth as kids, but then it's always nice when you put together more wins than you have losses. So.
Absolutely. And I mean, talk about a grueling regular season schedule. These kids were just battle tested.
Yeah, it's as tough as any schedule I've coached against, and I've coached in the MCC before. So anytime you see Cardinal Ritter, St. Mary's, a really good St. Dominic team is going to play for their state championship for the first time in their school's history. It's a tough schedule, but I think our kids match that pretty good.
And correct me if I'm wrong, we did beat St. Dominic.
We did.
We
Yes,
sure did.
yes,
We
we did.
I just always have to throw that out there. I love you to death, but we did have to throw that out there. Tell me a little bit about this. I know that coming in, stepping into a new role, there's a lot of pressure. There's a lot of different
Sure.
things that are thrown at you. But one thing that I know that you've incorporated, and I love this, is your chapel time. Can you tell us a little bit about the chapel time? Some stuff that's not necessarily about football.
Sure. Yeah. Chapel time's not about football really at all. It's more. I took it from Chad Masters, who over at DeBerg now.
Sure.
Who kind of adapted it his way from Bob Laddiser out at De La Salle in California. It's about getting the kids and teaching them how to grow emotionally. Talk about things that are important to them, fears, excitement, things like that. Try to incorporate the whole person into the experience of being a football player. Sacrifice it takes to be a man in the sense, in the sense that we're called to by Christ. A lot of that doesn't get talked about day to day. You see lots of examples of like that term toxic masculinity, and you see on TV or in music what it means to be a man, and it's very different than the reality of it. So
absolutely,
getting them into the chapel to talk to each other, talk about their emotions, talk about fears and things that make them excited and things like that. I think those will be the memories they take beyond football.
Sure.
From that experience.
Sure. That's not something that's going to show up on your highlight reel,
right.
But that's something that you're going to take with you for the long term.
Yeah, when you're able to be vulnerable with your teammates, it creates a closer bond than just playing a game.
Absolutely.
So when you run into those MICDSs, and those St. Dominics where you're into that grueling fourth quarter, it's easier to play for somebody else than it is to play for yourself. And so when you have that kind of vulnerability with each other, it helps kind of build the team together, kind of no matter what the outside noise is.
Sure, absolutely. And you can see that as they walk through the halls. You can tell that there's a camaraderie between the football players, be it a freshman to a senior.
Sure.
It seems that there's just that bond that they have.
Yeah, I think they look out for each other a lot. I know one of the things the seniors talk about is making sure that the young guys know, they don't have to experience the hard lessons they had to learn. It's kind of remove that obstacle for them, so they kind of learn from the experience of the seniors, and that was a big deal to them. And the kind of legacy they wanted to leave is a cornerstone to what we're trying to build.
Wonderful. Speaking of legacies, talk to me about this senior class. I mean, what a group of guys.
Yeah, super talented group, but super close-knit group at the same time. Yeah. You got several kids that are going to have a chance to go on and play college football, but you have other kids that are going to go on and do other great things from the periphery of the program. So it's really exciting to see kind of what's got in store for them, the opportunities that being at Duchesne but also playing football has provided for them. And I think that's where we grew, the young men grew this year, is to really embrace the Duchesne community. I know after we beat St. Dominic in the homecoming game, the first thing we wanted to do was go celebrate with the fans rather than even with themselves. So I thought that was a really exciting experience.
I thought that too. And I'm not going to lie, that exact moment it was cold, it was, all that, and I had chills and I was tearing up, and that was a really cool moment. I wasn't tearing up because we had won the game. I was tearing up because I saw that connection with the student body, and it was one of the coolest things that I've witnessed, honestly.
Yeah, I think that was important for the team as a whole too. It's kind of where we took that next step. We battled with Live for Life down to the last play. We battled with Cardinal Ritter. We battled with St. Mary's, and the score doesn't necessarily reflect how close those games were in reality. But to finally take that next step and to beat St. Dominic on homecoming in front of the 82 team, the 40th year that we were celebrating that. Yeah. I think a lot of that meant a lot to the kids too, to kind of be cemented in that same kind of legacy that the 82 team.
Absolutely, it was a really special night. A night that I know I'll remember for a long time. I'm sure those kids will too. Looking forward, what do you see in terms of our program going forward?
We've got some work to do. Anytime you graduate 15 seniors from a Class 1 program, you've got a lot of work to do as far as replacing the kids that were on the field. But we do have a lot of talented juniors and sophomores in the program as well that'll be coming back. We got a couple freshmen that are probably going to have to contribute to us next year.
Yeah.
But then now you turn that page. That we won't have the 22 team the 22 team next year. We'll be the 23 team. So. We've already started working on getting our strength conditioning books out, our nutrition stuff out, and trying to do the whole off-season thing, get that all ramped up and ready to go. So when they get back from Christmas, we hit the ground running, trying to get ready for the 23 year.
Gotcha. Now you're a pretty stoic guy. I don't see a whole lot of emotion from you on the sidelines.
That's true.
In terms of highs and lows, it's pretty even keel.
Yeah.
But when we got that district championship plaque, I saw a big old smile on that face.
Yeah.
So how'd that feel, Coach, coming in as your first year and able to?
It was awesome. It's the third time I've coached in a district championship game after having just completed my 10th year as a coach.
Mhm.
And it's the first time we were able to win it. We were so close back in Columbia when I was at Tolton, and then kind of had a strange run when I was at Viana. We were 1-8 going into the playoffs, knock off a really good Melville team, and then ended up playing for a district championship with Eureka and losing, but going 2-9, but being a district runner-up was kind of a weird experience for us. And then to come here and to get that district championship that I know eluded those seniors when they were juniors, that was a step one in a big process that I think kind of validated to them the things that we were doing that may be a little bit different than how it had been done in the past.
Absolutely. Well, we couldn't be happier to have you here, and you and your staff, and like you said, developing these young men into not just good football players, but good human beings. And I can't thank you enough for all that you do for our kids.
I appreciate that.
Now the real question is, Coach Morris, how would you rate yourself on a scale of 1 to 10 when it comes to juggling?
On a scale of 1 to 10, I guess 0 can't be an answer, so maybe a 1.
Okay, well, we're going to put you to the test, Coach. Okay, would you like to be a 2-ball juggler or a 3-ball juggler?
Well, we can start with 2.
Let's start with 2. Let's take it baby steps. Okay, here we go, Coach. Let's see what you got.
Nope.
We'll
It's
just
not gonna
stick to
happen. It's
football,
not gonna
folks. We will
happen.
stick to football. But we want to thank you so much for coming.
Appreciate it.
And again, thank you for all of our donations today. It's been a fantastic day, and we just couldn't be happier. And as always, it's a
great day to be a pioneer.
Nailed it. See you soon. Welcome back to Duchesne High School on today's Giving Tuesday, where we are getting donations from all across our community to help make our school just a much better place to be, and we can't be more thankful for that. So thank you to our generous community. I am now joined by our esports fearless leader, Coach Ben Kilper, and then our captain, Cam Johnson. So thank you guys for being here and talking with us today. For those of viewers out there that don't know, can you tell us a little bit about what the esports program is? This is new to our school, so this is kind of a new up and coming thing. So can you kind of tell us a little bit about it?
Yeah, so essentially it is exactly like every other sport. We teach the exact same things, we have the same type of positions. The only difference is instead of being on a soccer field or on a basketball court, we are instead in front of a computer screen. So we still have tryouts, we have practices, we have games against other schools here in the area and then throughout all of Missouri.
Uniforms,
we pay dues, we have potlucks. We're gonna have ours tomorrow actually to end the fall season. So we have everything the exact same as any other sport. We teach the same stuff. Everything is the same. The only difference is that we are in front of a computer as opposed to on a soccer field or anywhere else. That's
Gotcha.
really the only difference.
Now tell me about our team specifically. How many members are on the team?
We have, I believe, 18 people on the team. We have technically 4 different sports we actually play. So there's 4 different games we play in the fall season. We'll do more in the spring, but we just wrapped up. We had 4 different games and we had 18 people either playing a game or doing another job for the game. In some way, shape, or form, they were part of our program.
Gotcha. Now, Cam, tell me a little bit about as captain. Now, what does that mean? So what type of role do you play as captain?
So my role as captain is when we are in the game, I'm the person trying to keep the team together, trying to determine how what should we be doing, who should we be playing, how should we be playing in order to win the game.
Okay. And now tell me this. When you play, you're stationed here at Duchesne and you're playing people all around the state, is that correct?
Area, yeah. All over the state and all over Missouri. We've played St. Dominic, we've played a couple of schools in the Farmington area. I believe the farthest we've been away is about a 3-hour car drive to a high school near Kansas City.
Okay.
So normally we are in person. There's been a couple of times where we've left to go do scrimmages and other things at other high schools. St. Charles High West, about 6 minutes down the road, they were generous enough to let us into their esports program and we had a scrimmage against them.
I remember that day because that was the first day I figured out that you actually still travel. Like it's not just a
Very
home
sparingly,
base.
but yeah.
And that really opened my eyes to the fact that I know nothing about this. And so like learning from you guys has been really fun this year. So following your successes and your team's successes, I know that we just went to now correct me if I'm wrong, I'm going to butcher it, the MOSEF state competition.
MOSEF State Fall Finals.
I nailed it. Okay, I've been practicing that all morning. Cam, can you tell me a little bit about that?
I wasn't actually there. I wouldn't be the best person. We have a
Coach Kilper, can you tell me a little bit about that?
So
I do know we got 4th.
I knew that too. I knew that too.
So we only had one team actually go to those finals. Overwatch, there was some licensing disagreements with Blizzard where we don't have playoffs for that specific team yet.
I see.
Hopefully we
Okay.
can fix that.
Okay.
But Rocket League, they went down to Columbia, Missouri. They went to Stevens College down at Columbia. We traveled there Saturday morning, played a couple of games, and that was essentially our equivalent of a state final.
Right.
So we played 2 games. We went into the 3rd place match, and we lost that, but we got 4th place out of, I believe, 20 teams in our specific region. So first year as a program, we got a plaque. We got really good experience, and we had our students basically travel for an esports tournament, which, to be honest, I never thought would even be a thing on Duchesne or any other school's radar.
I concur. I did not see that either, but I love that it is, and it's so fun, and it shows that
it's great.
There's genuinely something for everybody here. Like anybody and everybody can find something that they can get themselves involved with at Duchesne, which is awesome. Okay, now you mentioned Rocket League.
Yes.
Rocket League, Smash Brothers.
Overwatch.
Are those the 3 that are in the fall?
Those are the 3, and then we also include Mario Kart, which is a racing game.
Okay.
That is strictly for Friday. If you want to join, you're welcome to.
I don't know if you're ready for all this Mario Kart.
That is strictly for Fridays, though. So we have game days for that on Fridays. We don't normally practice Mario Kart, but the other 3 we practice every single day.
Okay, gotcha. And so for practices, it just consists of coming into the esports lab and just working on your game, perfecting your game, just like you would practice free throws.
Yeah, so we have some days where it's individual. So there will be some days where it might be an at-home practice. I normally do at-home practices, be it individual, but all the players, they will go home. They have monitors at home, systems at home.
Okay.
They'll play a couple games, and they will send me the footage of their games. And basically what I do is I look through it, see if there was any individual mistakes that we can work on. Did you press this button at the right time? Were you in the right position? Like on a soccer field, if you're playing midfield, are you in the right spot, or are you behind the goalie? So,
or in football, did you do the right play? Did you have the right, or like on a baseball field, did you see the calls that we were trying to make to do the things?
Yeah, were you doing the individual approach correctly?
I
So
love
that
it.
will be at home practices, and then on usually Wednesdays for Overwatch, we have games on Thursday. So Wednesday is in person team practices, and basically we'll work on communication, leadership. Cam, being the captain, usually does the in-game stuff of like, we're doing this wrong, we're doing that wrong.
Sure.
We need to switch this up and that up. Basically finding a way strategy-wise to win that game.
So the captainship essentially kind of sounds like a coach. Like, so you're coaching your squad somewhat. Am I right?
How do you usually describe my position?
He is my right-hand man. for
Well,
the
there it
Overwatch
is.
team.
Okay, he's a right-hand man.
Whatever I
Got
come
that
up
on
with.
1, 2, 3 different cameras. Got that on recording. I
The
want to make sure.
right-hand man. Yes, he is.
So
okay.
I come up with a majority of the practices, but oftentimes what's going to happen is I run it by Cam and I say, do you like this? Do you hate this? And he will be 100% honest with me, and we will basically find out what practice plan works the best.
I love that.
Yeah.
That's fantastic. And we always talk about how, our students take so much ownership in the things they do at our school, and this is like 100% proof of that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And I love seeing that. So tell me what's your favorite memory from this inaugural season?
Oh, good heavens. That is.
Something good.
Yeah, let's
Okay,
keep it
yep.
clean. The kids are watching.
Favorite memory was probably seeing your reaction to us beating Vianney.
That was the best.
Did he get a little excited?
Yeah.
Did he?
For
I
those
take that back. My favorite memory was my favorite memory was our little 1v1 tournament that we had.
So to give the audience some context, I went to Vianney for my actual high school experience. So I graduated from Vianney. My brother-in-law currently runs the esports program at Vianney itself.
Ooh, I
So
would
this was
love to have been
personal.
at Thanksgiving dinner to see
that's
that.
That was the
personal.
goal. That's what we said before we went into this game. Our goal was to make Kilper Thanksgiving dinner just slightly worse.
Yeah.
I love that.
So that was really big for me, especially because we played very well against them. And the other thing is, one of my philosophies as a coach is I have to be able to walk the walk if I'm going to talk the talk. So I basically jumped into a 1-versus-1 game of me versus Cam, and we had a little bit of a wager to end our season last Friday.
And who walked away?
He crushed me.
Victorious.
He crushed me.
Victorious. That's awesome.
He made me feel bad, but it's fine.
Well, it looks like you've picked up the pieces and you've gone about your life and gotten yourself back together. So I'm glad to see that. Now, so this was the fall, and now so this particular season ends, and then now spring it picks back up. So tell me about that. Is that how long of a season does that run in the spring?
Exact same thing as the fall season. Full fall season, just like every other sport that we have going on. We may start a week or two early because that's when MOSEF, the league who runs us, actually gets started. But besides that, we go through till May, and we pretty much stop at the exact same time as every other sport.
Okay.
And we'll have a few different games. We'll be playing League of Legends, Valorant, and we'll do another form of Smash Brothers team battles or crew.
Okay.
But exact same thing. We'll have tryouts, we'll have practices, we'll have games. People will see where we put kids on which team, and it will be the exact same thing. It will just be in the spring as opposed to fall.
Sure. So now, do you have kids? Say I'm wanting to join the team. I didn't play this fall, and I try out in the spring. Do I play all 3 of those games, or do I try out for a specific? Like, am I just trying out for Smash Brothers?
You only try out for the games you want to try out for. Like I didn't have to try out for Smash Bros. And Rocket League. I only tried out for Overwatch.
Okay. So it's kind of a however you want to make it.
Whichever game you think you are going to succeed best at, we want you trying out and focusing on that one specifically.
Gotcha. Okay. So as a team, we took 4th place. And that was in, you said?
Rocket League.
Rocket League, that's right. Okay. Okay. So but we won't play that one again this spring.
No.
Okay. So we'll just hold on to that title for as long as we
What
can.
are the games this spring, Coach?
This spring is Valorant, League of Legends, and Smash Brothers Crew. There may be another season of Mario Kart. I'm still currently working on that because I think it is in the works, but we may have 3 to 4 games next spring.
Got it. Excellent. Well, great. Was there anything else you guys want to add or give any shout outs to anybody that
One
maybe?
thing about scholarship, because there's a
Yes.
lot of
Yes.
people who basically look at an esports program and they go, I don't know what it's about. How can kids make money playing video games? And there's several reasons how. First off, just scholarships in order to get to college. There are currently 175 colleges in the United States that accept esports scholarship. Of that, there's 14 in Missouri alone. And for those who live close to Duchesne, Lindenwood, Maryville, and then a couple other colleges like Fontbonne and Columbia, or Mizzou, excuse me, they all offer esports scholarships as well. So they're not few and far between by any stretch of the imagination. You can earn anything from a $4,000 scholarship to a $76,000 scholarship. It really depends on where you go.
Who was it that was offering like full rides?
Almost Full Rides was Maryville, I believe. They have an Overwatch team. They've won 2 national championships. They care a lot about that program because it brings a lot of good to their school, so they offer a lot of scholarship money for Overwatch specifically. In terms of jobs, because we're not just about esports and maybe being like a pro esports player, just being on these computers playing these games is helping kids get ready for jobs in IT and other jobs if they want to do that. So from this program, we'll probably have software engineers, we'll probably have IT tech analysts, we'll probably have computer science majors. There's so many jobs that come from this, even though kids are playing a video game, and a lot of people will give that a negative connotation. Great things come from this, whether it's scholarship money, actual jobs, or just meeting new people, being a part
I
of
was
this
going to say
program.
camaraderie too. Like
Yeah.
when you guys all, the guys are right out there, they're practicing right now, and to see them come in and they're cheering each other on, and it,
Yeah,
like you
we're
said,
a-
it's just like a team. It's
We're a family here at the Duchesne Esports program.
I'm excited for the banquet tomorrow. It's going to be fun.
Another one of my favorite memories was actually after our first Overwatch game, I took the team out for ice cream over at Lions Frozen Custard. Shout out to Lions Frozen Custard. We're not sponsored. Yet.
Yet. Okay, well, good. I love that. Anything else you guys want to add about the esports team? I mean, I feel like just honestly in this interview, I've learned more than I knew coming in. So I hope that our viewers have as well and can continue to support and promote this program that we offer. And it's fantastic. It's state-of-the-art equipment. Like we have a beautiful esports lab that we just built this year. So I love that we're having so much involvement and kids getting to use that so effectively. So
We have one of the best in the region. I've toured other esports programs. We have one of the biggest and one of the nicest.
I don't doubt that at all. So, well, I can't thank you enough, Coach Kilper, for being our fearless leader in this new endeavor that we've never done before, but we've really taken in and really seen a lot of success. So thank you so much for all of your time and effort, because I know that it's not been easy. And Cam, what a job being our captain, the fearless captain, and I look forward to seeing that this spring. Anything else you want to add?
If you got any questions at all, find me, talk to me, email me. My email is on Duchesne's website, but bkilper@duchesne-hs.org. If you have any questions whatsoever, whether you want to ask what this program is about or what I can get from it, literally message me anything. I will answer any questions you have, so please send them my way.
So we're very excited about this program, and it's just one of the facets of Duchesne that grows our students in mind, body, and spirit. So Cam, you want to take us out to break? All you got to say is it's a great day to be a pioneering.
Before that, I have one final shout out. Shout out to all the parents of all the kids in here who came in on the first day, heard the whole speech about how we're going to be playing video games every day, and did not think that we were absolutely insane.
Yeah. That shout out to you guys. Shout out to the parents. I like that. Good.
And all the people that made this possible, like our coach, our other assistant coach, Coach Camp, is not here today, Miss Choinka.
Yeah.
All the
Mrs.
people who
Choinka
made this whole thing
especially.
possible.
I know she was
the
an
I
integral
team
part
who
in
sat in
building it.
here and slaved away building these computers.
Yep. We love it. Awesome. All right. Well, here they are, folks. Our fearless leader and our fearless captain of our 4th place MOSEF, our esports team. We're so thankful to have you guys, and I look forward to seeing so many more great things come from you. So, Cam, take us to break.
It's a great day to be a pioneer, folks.
everyone. Welcome back to Duchesne. We're excited to have you here. My name is Renee Moore. I'm just joining the I Give Catholic campaign, and I have some really exciting news to share with our audience here. We just received an email that we are number one in St. Louis on the leaderboard for I Give Catholic contributions, and number 26 nationally. So thank you everyone for all of your support, and keep it coming. I'm being joined here this afternoon by the Duchesne Cheer Squad. They're one of their coaches, moderators, Kim Morris. And before we have a little chat, we're gonna break away for a quick little video of the girls in action.
All right. Heidi's in there and Ava. I know everybody. Yeah. Okay. Drop down low.
We're back live. As you can see, our girls are super talented. They put in lots of time, and we're just going to spend a little bit of time here asking them a few questions. Before we do that, though, I'm going to ask Coach Morris a question that she and I just spent over 8 hours on a pep bus to East Buchanan High School on Saturday. So I feel like I already know everything about her. But I want to kick this off with my question for the day, because Mrs. Morris is a fellow Duchesne graduate just like myself, and I want to know, were you a Duchesne cheerleader?
I was a Duchesne cheerleader. I graduated in '89, and I cheered for 3 years while I was
You're a pup.
here.
She's a pup.
So yes, I was a cheerleader, and that sparked my love for cheerleading.
Awesome. Yeah. And she spends so much time and put so much love into this squad, and we're so appreciative for her and Mrs. Broyles, who spent a ton of time with the girls. So we're gonna just go around real quick, and I'm gonna have the girls introduce themselves, give them a quick little opportunity to shine on the video today. So.
I'm Michaela, I'm cheer captain, and I'm a senior.
I'm Lorene, I'm also cheer captain, and I'm a senior.
I'm Natalie, and I'm a freshman.
I'm Katie, and I'm a freshman.
I'm Zaria, and I'm a sophomore.
I'm Taylor, and I'm a sophomore.
I'm Hannah, and I'm a sophomore.
I'm Apple, and I'm also a sophomore.
I'm Brooke, and I'm a freshman.
All right, awesome. All right, and I just want to take this opportunity to thank these girls for all the time and effort that they put into cheering our teams on. Sometimes it's not the most glorious It's cold, it's hot, you know, they get kicked out of their practice spots all the time, but they continue to work hard and shine for Duchesne. So I want to take this time to personally thank you guys for all the time and the effort and the opportunity you give to make Duchesne a better place. But I'm going to ask them a couple questions. I'm going to give them a chance to shine here. I guess I'll let the seniors kind of field these questions. Why did you want to be a Duchesne cheerleader? So when you came to Duchesne, have you been cheerleaders for 4 years? What sparked your interest?
I started cheer in All-Star, and I did that for a year, and then I've been Duchesne for 2 years.
Okay.
And when I came here, one of the first things I asked them was, do they have a cheer team?
Awesome, awesome. So you brought some experience with you. Great. Michaela?
Yep. I mean, I've always been doing cheer. I started around like 7, and I stopped for a while. But when I came here, I started to realize that it was something I wanted to do again, and I just joined the team.
Awesome. Great. Well, one fun fact about Mrs. Moore that you may or may not know is that I also was a cheerleader, not at Duchesne, but when I have older brothers and they played JFL football, and so the way that my mom got all of us out of the house was the boys went to football practice and the girls went to cheerleading practice. So I did spend a good part of my youth coaching or cheering at football games, just like you guys. All right, so my next question is, give me a typical week in the life of a Duchesne cheerleader. Like how much do you practice? I guess one question I have before you answer that is, how do you guys come up with your routines? Whose responsibility is that? Where do you get stuff? Are you YouTubing it? Where are you getting your ideas to perform?
We talk a lot outside of cheer about what we want for the week, what do we want to do. We sometimes will look at on YouTube for certain dance ideas or go back to stuff we may have done last year or the year before that we really like and want to bring back. So
Great.
It just kind of depends.
Good.
But the captains are the ones that are in charge of putting together the routines.
So you're not coming up with the...
I am not coming up with it. Nope. It has to go through, final approval through coaches, but they put the routines together, and that's just kind of been how it's always been done, I think.
Michaela, give me a typical week in the life of a Duchesne cheerleader.
Well, we have practice every day, especially if you didn't do football season, then you would have to have practice every day for basketball season to be eligible to cheer.
Mm-hmm.
So obviously we have school, the classes. If you need to have time before practice to study or something like that, seniors are welcome to, we ask them if they need help with anything.
Oh, that's great. Good. Little mentorship on the squad.
Practice is not always hectic, but when there's a big week, like a dance or something that ending Saturday or something like that will be hectic with that.
Right.
Practice will be from 3:15 to 5 or 6. It really depends on what it is.
Gotcha.
For competition, it'll be long. But our normal practices would be from 3:15 to 4, or it'll be to 5.
Gotcha. So more time you put in right before homecoming or coronation, because those are your big routines and your competitions and whatnot.
But we put a lot of time in for games because,
yes.
especially during the fall season, we're doing a football game every week, and usually we have 1 or possibly 2 soccer games. And then basketball, there are usually 2 games a week and sometimes 3. And then we're practicing on the other days too, so it's a lot.
It's a full-time sport.
Yeah, it is.
And one of the kind of the behind-the-scenes things that the girls do that I always see them, on a Friday afternoon, making the sign, the banner for the boys to run through, as well as at homecoming, they made a ton of signs and sweet treats for the soccer players and the football players and everybody else. So a lot of behind-the-scenes things that you guys probably don't get the credit that you deserve.
More hectic than people think.
Yes.
We get out of school, we have to go get lunch before the game, still have to come back to school in time before the game to make our sign. It's a lot. It's a lot to come into it that people just don't know.
But a lot of really good camaraderie, right? You guys get to, freshmen and seniors hang out together, and that's a chance, an opportunity to meet everybody in the school. All right, so I'm going to wrap it up here in just a second. I just want to ask one more question, and I want to know your most memorable experience. Like, what is the best thing that you guys have experienced? Are you two are just the seniors?
Yes.
Okay, and your 4 years, like, what is the best thing that you got to do?
I would say for me, it's last year we won second place in the competition, and then just like the overall how close we all are, and it's really great.
Awesome, good, awesome.
I
Michaela?
would say, for me being here for 4 years, and the 4 years going through, like, I wouldn't say different teammates, but not the same. It's been different than what I thought it would be. I thought it would be like easy, but it's not easy.
Right.
Knowing new people every year, like new freshmen. Me being a freshman, it was hard.
Right.
My favorite moment would be last year's competition as well, because it was to a point where we didn't want to do it anymore, but we got second place.
So it was all worth it.
We didn't expect to get second place.
Yeah, we were shocked.
Like, we have a video when we were like recording during the competition, and they were like, Duchesne High School. We were like, oh, that's
So your hard work paid off.
It was just unexpected.
That's awesome.
So
good. Anybody back here? I know I was mostly talking to the seniors, but any of you guys want to share anything that no, you don't have to. Just don't want to not give you a chance to say something. Okay, I would say the one thing about Duchesne that is awesome is that, a lot of these girls will just, cheer the fall season or the winter season, and it gives them a chance to, play sports or to be involved in other activities. So that's something that a lot of other schools don't offer, and it takes a lot of work on the part of the people who are with the squad to, bring everybody in and catch everybody up to speed. So I think that's an awesome opportunity. Do you guys have anything you want to add? Anything I missed? All right, then we're going to send this session off with a little Duchesne cheer.
DUCH
ESNE
PION
EERS
Duchesne
Pioneers Duchesne
Hi, my name is Gabe Rakers, and I am a junior here at Duchesne High School. I'm just here today to play some songs I wrote for you guys, and I just hope you enjoy them. I'm a big music guy, so these songs mean a lot to me. So yeah, just thank you. This first song is called "Turn Back Time." I wrote it when the morning after a very traumatic experience, and I'm actually a big advocate for depression and suicide victims, so this song kind of speaks about that. So if you guys could please listen in, then I would really appreciate it. Thank you. Every time I look in the mirror, staring back is the reflection of doubt. No saving grace could ever save me from the pain of falling down and out. But I carry on, thinking about the things I would do foregone, but not forgotten, hating the lives of those who can't see me now. If I could turn back time, could I get it right? Running away from the dark, just to enter a room without a light. Drowning in a euphoric state is a painful thing to one's own mind. Waiting out the simplest factors of a peaceful life could not be fine. But I carry on, thinking about the things I would do foregone, but not forgotten, hating the lives of those who can't see me now. If I could turn back time, could I get it right? Running away from the dark, just to enter a room without a light. Saying goodbye to a friend is a rough but simple task. Forgetting the smallest things and nothing to ask of it. Save this moment, looking out for a sign. For all hopeless minds, wake from this nightmare. If I could turn back time, could I get it right? Running away from the dark, just to enter a room without a light. Saying goodbye to a friend is a rough but simple task. Forgetting the smallest things and nothing to ask of it. Thank you. Thank you to everyone who's out there clapping. This next song is not as depressing as I would like to say, but I wrote this one, at least the guitar part, a few months ago, but I could never figure out lyrics for it. And I actually wrote these lyrics in 10 minutes today in my teacher study hall, so hopefully you guys like them. This one is called Peace and Quiet. Oh, there we go. Gotta take the cape off. There we go. The sands of time waste away inside the hourglass. But something about it is in my mind to last. But the wind blows the sands away. Imagine a beach buried deep inside where I am free. Something tells me it's just where I can be me. But the waves crash and take me away. Oh, take me away to a place where I can hide myself from you. Study my soul and fix all the problems that I've fixed for you, so I can live in peace and quiet. If I find myself washed up in a new place that's better than mine, believe me when I say that I'll be staying for a while. As long as I can forget. Oh, take me away to a place where I can hide myself from you. And I can study my soul and fix all the problems that you would fix for me, so I can live in peace and quiet. Oh, find me in the safe space in my mindscape and help me to be free. All right.
Hi, everyone. Back here in Pioneer Land, we're excited to be here at Duchesne Central. I want to give you a quick update on all the generous donations that we've had over the last half hour or so. So we are still number one on the St. Louis leaderboard for I Give Catholic, and we have moved up to number 18 nationwide. So thank you so much to all of the generous donors that we have. I've been given a list of some of the most recent donors, so I want to share that. So a big shout out to my former boss and good friend, Terry, and his wife, Joanne Graveman, for their very generous donation. Dan and Danielle Rakers, parents of Gabe Rakers, who just sang for us those beautiful songs, so thanks to them. One of my former students and one of my favorite current parents that we have, Christy Shaw, and her husband Matt made a very generous donation. And then two more of my former students, Jack and Anita Maskey Borgmeyer, also made a very generous donation. So thanks to all of them and all of you who have pledged your support throughout the day. Joining me right now is Mike Ryan. So speaking of generous donors of both talent, time, and money, he and his wife just recently made a donation to our very important cause here, so thanks for that. Mike and I go very far back. He and I, not personally, but my first knowledge of Mike, and he may or may not remember this, but his sister Katie was a, junior or senior my first year back here at Duchesne, and she was an athlete, but she also was on my cheerleading squad, and I had the cheerleaders here earlier, so I did spend some time at Duchesne as the cheerleading moderator, so I had Katie on my squad, and then his daughter Shannon was in my class and was a wonderful young lady, and I know she's doing well.
She is. Did you have Aaron and Tim?
Oh gosh, yes I did. I forget about them. See, it was Shannon was a little more recent, I guess, in my memory. But yes, so he's an alum himself and a parent, and just made some awesome contributions. I'm going to have him kind of share some stuff with you, but I want to share two things about Mike that show his kind of behind the scenes. Mike is one of our chain gang guys. So every Friday night, he and a group of his friends, most of them are Duchesne alum, they show up and they run the chain gang on the side of the football field. There's no pay, nobody sees them. Sometimes it's cold, sometimes it's hot.
Rainy.
It's rainy. Yet, they show up without question week after week supporting behind the scenes. So for that, I appreciate. And then the other thing, I shared this with Mike earlier, you were the Booster Club president, I think, at the time. So he's wore many hats, just like I wear many hats here. He's worn many behind the scenes hats. He was the Booster Club president at the time, and he orchestrated an event to recognize all of our 1,000 point scores in our basketball program, so both men and women's side, and it was just it was a ton of work on his part, a lot of research, a lot of reaching out to people, but it was just a great night, obviously for the athletes, but also for the families that got to see their kids shine one last time.
Right, we brought back all 16 scores, that scored over 1,000 points. There were 8 women and 8 men, so that worked out pretty well. And they were really excited to come back and be recognized. And Dennis March was the very first 1,000 point scorer, and I can't remember what class, but Dennis, it was back I think in the 60s, and he and his family were really excited about being there. And to Renee's credit, Renee set up the hospitality room and welcomed them, and it was a great evening. We packed the gym.
We did.
And recognized some people that were really important over the years. Not only just for basketball, but for their time here at Duchesne, and pretty impressive group of people as well.
Yeah. I always love. We're going to bring back our girls basketball state champions in the first part of January, and one of the things I love about bringing these. Just any alum back is just to see how successful they've been past their years of Duchesne, and what they've done with their lives. So bringing them back is so fun.
So can we talk about that for a second?
Sure, absolutely.
Okay. So we looked at that years ago with the basketball bash, and they are like I said super impressive before. I'm going to say it again. I think there were like 13 kids on the team and 3 student managers. So you've got 16 young women. They won the state championship.
Yes, they did.
And of them, I think they had 17 or 18 undergrad degrees, like close to a dozen master's degrees and 3 PhDs.
That's
and
amazing.
half of them played collegiate sports. And one girl in particular played 2 sports in college.
It's just amazing.
So Sarah Sullivan. So
Yeah.
yeah, so what an impressive group of kids. And I think it speaks volumes about the education and the caliber of kids that we turn out here at Duchesne. And that's why I like getting involved.
Right, right. So I told Mike my 2 favorite things of the many, many long list of things that that he's done to support Duchesne behind the scenes. I want to give him the floor and the opportunity to maybe share 1 or 2 of the things that he's really proud of.
Well, I think the basketball bash. I was sitting in the bleachers with some parents of girl basketball players, and we were just sort of brainstorming and thought, you know, that would be a great event to bring grade school kids in and show them all the wonderful things that are happening here on campus. And I'm really proud of those. We had 3 or 4 in successive years, and it went really well. I think it was received by the general public and people that came. I think they enjoyed it, and I think they walked away seeing what a great school this is.
Right.
And quite frankly, I just love the school. You know, I graduated in 1977. It's where I met my wife.
Yes.
She was in the class behind us, and we'll be married 40 years next year.
That's awesome.
So
You married up, you did.
Yes. Yeah, I got the better end of that too. But I looked one time. 15% of my graduating class married another Duchesne student.
That's awesome.
Yeah,
That's
and I think
amazing.
and again, that speaks to, I think, the relationships that are forged here at school that carry on later in life. Most of our friends are Duchesne graduates, and like I said, a lot of them married fellow graduates, and you know, they're all coming up on 40 years of marriage too. So.
And I can
Same in your crowd.
Yeah, I can tag along to that. My parents were high school sweethearts, class of 1960. Wow. My brother, you know, and his wife are Duchesne grads. All of my nieces and my nephew have gone to school here, and quite a few of them married Duchesne grads. So it's a wonderful place. It's a great community, and we're very, very lucky to spend our time here.
Well, you know, you mentioned my daughter Shannon, and you know, Duchesne does such a great job. You know, we are a smaller school, but that has so many benefits that larger schools can't offer. And I recall when my daughter was a freshman, she's 24 years old now, but when she was a freshman, there was a classmate of hers who was the shyest, most introverted girl you've ever seen. And over the intervening years, her classmates and the faculty encouraged her to get involved. And she ended up doing cheerleading, playing soccer, and by the time she was a senior, she had evolved into, really blossomed.
Right.
And it was great to see her really come out of her shell and become
Right.
you know, that person. And I think that's just a small example of what happens up here.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. Well, great.
Alrighty.
Anything else?
No, great school. We just would encourage you to donate, right?
Right. Every little bit. You know, I always tell my kids in school the best feeling, the biggest heart that you have is when you give to others. Doesn't matter how big or how small your donation is. Every penny will be well spent.
Right. And I would encourage you too, if you have the time, come up and volunteer. We'd love to see you up here. One of my favorite sayings is a volunteer is a person that plants a tree that knows they'll never sit under, sit in its shade. And we're not doing this for us. We're doing it for the next generation, the following generation, our grandkids and so forth. So we would welcome you to come up and volunteer and be part of the Pioneer Nation.
Absolutely. All right. We're going to take a little break here, and we'll be back in just a second with a new face for you to look at.
Thanks,
All right.
Renee.
Yep. We're back. We're so excited here. We have some great news to share with the rest of you guys out there in Pioneer Land. We've been updated and we found out that we continue to be number 1 in iGive Catholic in the St. Louis area, and we have moved up to number 5 nationally. All right, hold your places there. We're so excited to let you know this dollar amount. As you know, we had an anonymous pledge of $50,000 if we raised $50,000. Our total right now, this is so exciting, is $118,510, which is absolutely amazing, and we're so appreciative to everybody's support out there.
But we're not done yet.
We're not done yet. Okay, so here's our newest idea. Becky Williamson, who is in our advancement office, has this wonderful idea that we want to launch a power hour. And the challenge for the power hour is that between 6 and 7 p.m., if you haven't donated yet, we challenge you to donate your graduation year.
Good idea.
So, for example, my son Drew, class of 2014, I'm talking to you. You can donate $2,014.
He just passed out.
Or, remember I said every little bit counts. You can donate $20 or you can donate $14. The dollar amount doesn't matter as much as the fact that you give us, some sort of donation.
And that you care.
And that you care,
Right.
yes. All right, speaking of caring, we have someone new who has joined us, Father Eddie Volz, who is our Duchesne chaplain. I feel so honored and so blessed that I get to go to Mass every Friday morning to start my day, thanks to the time and the effort that Father Eddie scrambles in here at 7:10, and he gets through Mass so that we can be in class by 7:45, and he always has, just a wonderful message to share with us, and he caters it to the kids so well. When the football guys are there, he's always got a football story. He's watching ESPN, or he's talking about what he's learned on social media, and he does a great job relating to the kids, and I feel so blessed, and Duchesne is so lucky to have Father Eddie here. So we're welcoming here. We're going to share a little time with him and learn about Father Eddie.
Thank you. You're very generous with your praise, because I'm usually still waking up at that Mass. So.
It's awesome. It's awesome. You do a great job.
So I have some questions for you, and I'd like to lead off. So I did a little background. You're from Buffalo, New York.
Buffalo, New York, yes.
And you started out as an elementary teacher at a public school system.
I did.
But now you're in St. Louis as a diocesan priest. So how did that journey happen, and what was the moment? Was it a culmination of moments, or a single moment that struck you and led you to become a priest?
Yeah, I guess I'll try to give the short version, but my dad started going to a Baptist church when I was 13 years of age, and my mom was Catholic, so she kept me Catholic, and she dragged my dad to Catholic church too. So he would go to a Baptist church service every Sunday along with the Catholic church service. And my mom was a public school teacher, and I always idolized my uncles. They were great with me, played football and things growing up. So I wasn't overly enthusiastic about God. I don't want to say the whole religion thing, and I don't mean that disrespectfully, but at that time I just wasn't too into it.
Sure.
And my mom was this public school teacher, and I thought working with kids would be a great career. And my mom had a cottage on Lake Erie, so she had a little sign in the kitchen. It said the 3 best reasons to be a teacher: June, July, and August.
Hello.
And again,
like that.
I worked as a special education teacher for 4 years, so I respect teachers immensely. It's harder than it sounds, but I was just like, hey, this is great. I'll be a teacher like my mom, and maybe get a beach house like my mom and do this thing. But
June, July, and August.
How did that work out for you?
Well, it's funny. My junior year in college, I ended up working at a Lutheran summer camp, and it was just as a resume builder to basically put on my resume, say I work with young people. And I had a incredibly profound spiritual awakening. I'll just summarize it at that this summer. And for the first time in my life, I started thinking, oh, I think there's a God. I think his name is Jesus, and I really need to commit my life to him. And so that summer, keep in mind, I was raised Catholic. My dad was going to a Baptist church, and I'm at a Lutheran summer camp now. The Catholics were saying, go to confession. The Baptists were saying, become born again. And the Lutherans told me, just believe in Jesus and you'll go to heaven. So I didn't know what to believe for a while. So I finished my degree and I bounced around non-denominational Christian churches for a few years, but had a slow intellectual reversion to the Catholic faith. Read some of the books by Scott Hahn, read a book on Mother Teresa, and I was incredibly touched. I remember always thinking, how can this Mother Teresa lady be so holy and be so wrong about things like the Eucharist? And I kept scratching my head over that one. And then one day it occurred to me, I'm like, maybe she's the one who understands this better than I do. And I slowly had thoughts like that kind of led me back to the Catholic Church. And then Scott Hahn, he's a great Catholic apologist at Steubenville University. He showed me for the first time in my life, I felt like the scriptural foundation of Catholicism. Mm-hmm. So I decided to become anything in the Catholic Church other than be a Catholic priest. So I enrolled at Steubenville University to get a degree in theology.
In Ohio?
In Ohio, yes. I was there for 2 years. And I will admit, part of the reason I went there is because I thought I would meet a good Catholic girl. God works in strange ways. Yeah. So I was there from 2005 to 2007, and that was really the first time the call of the priesthood kind of came up strongly. Mm-hmm. But I did not want to do it at all. And I just told the Lord I will do anything in the Catholic Church other than become a Catholic priest. So that brought me to accept a job out here in Troy, Missouri as a youth minister. I worked with a priest named Father Tom Whistler, Father Chuck Ticketcheck were out there. And I grew to love it. I grew to absolutely love it. And after 3 years, it was as if God kind of put his finger on me again and said, it's time, I need you to apply at the seminary. But incredibly grateful for that time because I felt God used it to show me I actually could be happy as a priest, kind of living that lifestyle. So
that's quite a journey.
It is, yeah. We all have our own.
So I sense a theme also. So you are the chaplain for Lindenwood, for the Catholic group up there, as well as here, and also the associate director for vocations in the Archdiocese. So there's a theme there of youth.
Yes.
So what draws you to young people?
Well, my background, it's funny. My Uncle Jimmy, my Uncle Dennis, my Uncle Gary, my Uncle Patrick, some of my best memories from life would be at like Thanksgiving. Would all watch the football games on TV, but then they would be out there with me and my cousins playing football, 2-hand touch. But we thought it was a blast. They would take us and play basketball. I remember my uncles, they put me on a pond that was frozen over behind their house, and they got all their college friends, and they let me be the goalie. But I was only 14 at the time, so they let me use a shovel.
Well, I was going to say, in Buffalo, you probably had to shovel 5 feet of snow off that pond first.
We did,
right?
but we used a real shovel. It was that high, that wide, and my team won. I still remember my Uncle Dennis making fun of all of his friends. He's like, you can't score on a 14-year-old. And they're like, you let him use a shovel. But I had a lot of positive experiences as a young person. I always thought, I'd like to kind of be the same way. But so that was kind of my background. Worked for 4 years as a youth minister, worked in elementary education. And then Bishop Ruvatuso is the one who called me and informed me about 4 years ago that I was being given this position. And I remember he said the Archdiocese is kind of opening up this position to work at colleges, to work at high schools, to work in the vocation office because vocations are so important. And in other dioceses, they've found that if you get priests that are focusing, working more with young people, you can kind of help them make those big decisions, and not just for the priesthood or religious life, but just a life for God before they go too far down the road.
So you work with the kids here at Duchesne and do a great job. I know they're extremely thrilled to have you. So a Catholic education, how do you think that plays out in life for our youngsters as they go through life?
I think one of my favorite saints, St. Francis de Sales, and I preach on this a lot, he always says, a lot of people don't ever realize if you actually grow in your Catholic faith, you'll find it's joyful, it's rewarding, it actually comes from a God who loves you, that will give you this path, and it will make your life more fruitful, have more peace, more love, like what we all want out of life. Mm-hmm. So I'm a firm believer that to live out one Catholic's faith well, it makes you a more well-rounded person. It's literally fulfilling the purpose of your life. And I think that can get lost, especially on young people, where sometimes it just looks like, it's the church of no. Mm-hmm. And it's like, okay, let's look at it deeper. Like, maybe there's some reasons for those no's, but there's also like a lot of yeses. And that brings grace and joy and freedom.
That's a great answer. Yeah. So, I've been in business for a long time as a sales rep, and I've noticed over 30 plus years that the people that really succeed in the professional area are respectful, they have a lot of character and integrity, and they do the right things even sometimes when they know they're going to be facing some opposition. And I think that's some of the things that we instill in our kids here. So it carries not only into your personal life, like you're saying, but also professionally too.
Oh, absolutely. You know, the virtue of excellence is strongly embedded in the kind of a Catholic view of the world, and certainly those principles of discipline, honesty, commitment, absolutely to help across the board.
Yeah, relationships with
Well,
you know, marriages and so forth.
Oh yeah.
So I have notes, you know.
Okay,
so.
I'm glad. I'm glad.
Not the greatest memory, but what would you like to share about Duchesne and the students here? Is there any perspective that you'd like to offer?
You know, I just had one thought right before I walked in here, and I was thinking, you know, what am I supposed to say? I'm in front of all these cameras. But this has always gone through my mind when I went to Catholic school 3rd through 8th grade, and then I went through PSR program, freshman, sophomore, junior years in high school. And again, I'm not saying it didn't happen, but I have no memories of a priest ever dropping by my classroom or really any interactions whatsoever. And that was one of those things as I got older, I'm like, I should have memories of that. You know, I feel like so many young people can look at priest as like, oh, I'm afraid of them. Sometimes I do marriage preps and people admit, I've never talked to a priest in my life before. So I think there's such a value in being able to interact with them kind of at this point in their age, and hopefully, you know, portray a positive, joyful view of the Catholic Church. And there's that old adage too, it was true in my life. The seeds that my parents planted, they did not grow right away. They did not at all. And my mom might say that I still have work to do on that front. And she'd be right to say that. But I remember when I had my conversion experience when I was 21 years of age, and I felt like I had this foundation to fall back on. I felt like, oh, my parents have actually showed me what like a Christian lifestyle looks like. Friends that they've had, they actually showed me what a joyful Catholic marriage looks like. And I felt I had a foundation to go back to. So I certainly think anytime you're working with young people, you kind of have to keep that in mind and go, okay, we're going for the long game here, which is what God does with us.
Sure. That's terrific. We really enjoy him being here, and he does a tremendous job.
Yes.
So.
Your time, I mean, you're being pulled so many different directions, and I know when you, like I said, when you shuffle in here in the morning, there's so many other things that you could be doing, but it really, there's so many faculty that appreciate that start to the day, and the kids just, they appreciate you as well. You relate with them so well.
Thank you for the praise. I look at people in the world though, and I often feel like they're working as hard or harder than I am. So my sister just had a newborn baby, about 4 or 5 months old now. But you know, you see the commitment that families have, and everyone has their sacrifices. So I don't have to wake up at 1 in the morning for feeding. So and then go to work the next day.
And you know, you may never know what a significant impact you make on a kid's life, and you know, you may never know that directly, but I know for a fact that as teachers and as the clergy, you guys do a great job and make a big difference. So lastly, is there anything else you want to
I was just going to say, I just going to be positive one more time, and that is, I just wanted to say that, you know, he comes and he does Mass, but he also has connected with our students. He comes to the football games. He came to the rally that we had at the Knights of Columbus.
We should have prayed that rosary.
We did our part. We did our part.
We had a great run.
Yeah, we did. We did.
Season.
But I think it's so important for the kids to see that, you know, you're more than just the person preaching the sermon, but that you're a normal person and you like football and, you know, all of those things. So. Thank you.
I would lastly say that your prayers are working because your Buffalo Bills are what, 8-3?
8-3.
8-3. There you go. So congratulations on that.
It's a great season. So cross our fingers. I grew up in the years we lost 4 Super Bowls in a row. I always think this is funny. One of my earliest childhood memories of vivid, intense prayer. Those of you who remember Scott Norwood, the Buffalo Bills in Super Bowl 25. There were just a few seconds left on the clock, and it was a 47-yard field goal, and Scott Norwood lined up, and we were down by 1 point, with just a few seconds left. And I remember we had a party at my Aunt Karen's, and as like a little 12-year-old, I wanted us to win so bad, and I ran upstairs. I wanted a quiet place, so I actually snuck into my Aunt Karen's bedroom, and I got down on my knees, and I begged God that he would let Scott Norwood make the kick. And then after I prayed my intense prayer, I ran downstairs, and then he missed the kick. And I just remember thinking, I'm like, I guess God doesn't care that much who wins the Super Bowl. I guess it will be okay. It'll be okay.
He's going to save that one for later.
So,
well, maybe this is your year. So.
I know. It's all good. You know, I look at sports, it's all good. Sports are fun, teamwork, camaraderie, and as long as you kind of keep that mentality, you have fun with it one way or the other.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
Well, thanks for joining us today.
And I want to thank both of you because genuinely, I have this thought a lot of times when I work with young people. I'm always hoping they become people like both of you because I see so many people who put in so much extra time, so much sacrifice. You don't have to be here. Like, this is just out of the goodness of your heart and you believe in the mission. So I always feel like we priests can sometimes get too praised because there's a lot of other boots on the ground that are doing a lot of immense work, and this doesn't happen without you. So that's what I want in a young person, where they like love Jesus and love the church so much that they have this like lifelong mission, like, oh, my mission is to serve and to give back. So
nice
thank you for your witness.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
You want to wrap it up for us?
Yeah, I guess. I don't know. I think some hockey guys are here. We smell them anyway.
You won't smell them.
And we're going to be in an enclosed room here, which is
They're great guys,
not the best thing.
Yes, they are great guys. So we're going to take a little break here, and we'll be back just a few minutes. Remember that 6 to 7 power hour, if you so are inclined to share a little bit with us, we would be very appreciative, and I promise your money will be well spent.
And Renee, how do they go online?
Yeah,
you might want to tell them how they can donate.
So if you go to our social media feeds, there is a donate link, and you can hit that, and it will take you to the donation portal. Or if you don't want to donate online, you can come on up here to the eSports Lab in the 310 building, and
love to see you.
Yeah, we'd love to see you, and you can drop off whatever you have for us. So, all right.
Thanks again.
Thank you both very much. Appreciate your help.
Thank you.
Thank you, Renee.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
And welcome back, Pioneer Nation. I'm Jason Boschert. I am the current booster president for the athletic program up here at Duchesne High School. And I have got some exciting numbers that I'd like to share here real quick. So this is my first time on air tonight, and I am very happy to announce we are at 60% of our goal of $200,000, which is a lofty goal, but it's one I think we can reach here tonight together before 8 p.m. Currently $119,000 raised for Duchesne High School, and 100% of that money is coming right back to our program, coming right back to our facilities, coming right back to our kids and our teachers. It is just going to be so impactful. Your money is going to go a long, long ways for our school. It's going to be fantastic. We are number one in the Archdiocese of St. Louis here as far as fundraising efforts go for I Give Catholic here. We're number 5 nationally, which is just huge. Very, very proud of that. So joined today by Bill Kuhn, also Mike Ryan here, and then we've got Carson, Liam, and Dylan from the Duchesne Hockey Club. So we're going to talk to you guys a little bit today about the Duchesne Hockey Club and what it does for the school and how proud we are of these guys. Obviously, Wickenheiser Cup champions just a couple years ago, so we're really, really proud of them. So I'm going to pass it on to Mike Ryan, who's going to take the reins from here.
Well, welcome, guys. It's great to have you here. So how did you get involved with the program to starting off?
Well, it kind of is a lot of history to that because two of these boys back here are mine, and we got involved in club hockey through St. Peter's. So they started playing through St. Peter's. But then you get to that age where high school starts becoming involved, and the way high school hockey works in the city of St. Louis is if you go to a school that doesn't have a hockey program, you can join one of the other teams either through the draft or if you get on their B team or development team prior to that, before you become a freshman. So we were kind of hunting and looking for a team to play for, and we had some friends that played for Duchesne, and they sort of recruited us a few years back, and then Carson's 7th grade year, he started playing on the B team, the development team.
Great.
And that's how they got to be here today.
So you're saying that there are schools, for example, my neighbor behind me, Eric Stelmacki, went to Orchard Farm. Well, they didn't have a program. So that allows them the opportunity to join the Duchesne program and, play hockey. And,
exactly.
So that's a great thing that we offer to the area schools.
Yep.
So tell us a little bit about, maybe you guys can address, where do you practice, how often you practice, where are your games, so that we can come out and watch you guys play?
Yeah. So we practice on Tuesday and Sunday nights this season. It usually changes around every season, but this season on Tuesday nights we practice at 9 p.m. at the Mills, and on Sunday nights 7 p.m. at Wentzville Ice Arena.
Okay.
And then most of our games, our in-conference games, are at either Centene Community Ice Center, the Recplex, or Wentzville Ice Arena. So not too far. I mean, Wentzville's kind of out there, but most of the games are pretty close to where people live in the community. So.
How long have you all been playing? When did you start? What age?
7, 8, maybe. So
I started around there. It was about when I was like 6 or 7, and
not with Duchesne.
Right. Right. Yeah. Right. That would be saying something.
That would be.
I started playing hockey when I was around probably 4 or 5.
Okay. Wow. That's really young.
Yeah, most of them start very young. Yes.
Wow.
Yeah.
And I'm 42 years old, and the only way I can stop is by hitting the boards. So, yeah, you guys are already one up on me here.
Unless they put a stop to you.
Right, that's true. That's true. I hope I'm never on the ice with them. Yeah.
And your season runs from when to when? I know you're already started. We've discussed that earlier. So it starts, early November as far as games go?
Yeah, so we've got preseason stuff that happens in September, October time. And we usually get practicing like a few weeks after school starts. And then our regular season games start in mid, late November, and then it runs until, January, February?
Okay.
So,
And then playoffs?
And then if you make it far enough, March. So.
So how many levels of playoffs are there? Like a district, regional, that kind of thing?
Sectional? Well, how they do it here is it's state of Missouri, but it's well, I shouldn't say it's not state of Missouri, but they have it in 3 different tiers. It's the Challenge Cup, the Wickenheiser Cup, and the Founders Cup. And it's based on how your regular season goes. And then what Mid-States does is they put everybody into those tiers.
So Mid-States is the overarching organization that runs this.
Yes, it is. So so the year we won the Wickenheiser Cup,
right?
Yeah, that was a big year. So they
Tremendous
put us into that. And I will tell you this: that the Challenge Cup and the Founders Cup are usually smaller groups. The Wickenheiser makes up the biggest chunk of teams. So that's the biggest playoff system is the Wickenheiser Cup. And so to make it through that and get to the championship game was a huge deal, and to win it. And we were the year before we were the runners up in that.
Right. Mm-hmm.
So exactly they had their slogan for the team. You guys can attest to this. The year later was one more. They had shirts printed up that said one more.
Right.
So all they needed was one more win, and that was a great year, and they got that extra win and got that championship.
I was very fortunate to be at that game, and I think my favorite memory of that wasn't of the night. It was looking back at the pictures, and if you're familiar with Duchesne, you know that Mike Shane is a photographer that is up here all the time, giving his all, taking incredible photos of these kids and everything they do. And there's a great shot of our boys on the ice with the Wick Cup, and the stands behind you guys were just packed with blue and white. And that just, I've got goosebumps right now talking about it. It's so exciting. It was great for the school. And even though it's not a MISHA sanctioned sport, it's a club sport, every student here at the school is right behind you guys, right? And the schools that you guys go to, because it's not necessarily just the Duchesne students like what you guys are leading to. Mm-hmm. There are other students from other schools here. So, of course, they're bringing their friends in as well, and they're wearing blue and white, and they're supporting Duchesne. And it was a great shot in the arm for the whole community.
Right. Yep. That's all. So, Bill, how many participants this year do you have in terms of the hockey program?
We've got, how many we have this year? I believe we have about, what do we have? 18? I'm throwing a number out there. I don't have the number in the back of my head right now.
So it varies from year to year.
It does, yeah. And because we have the enrollment through Duchesne, but then we're also through, you mentioned how you can get kids from other programs, where we're allowed 6 spots that we give, that Mid-States gives us, that we can fill with students from other schools that don't have a system to play in. So we've got those 6 spots filled, and that's the challenging part is finding the right players that kind of fit in with your guys as well. These guys all go to Duchesne, but Duchesne being sometimes one of the smaller schools compared to some of the, we go Fort Zumwalt West, and
you play some big schools.
You play some big schools, so they have a lot of people to draw from in that. So to put together the level of talent that we put together is pretty impressive.
Yeah, let's talk about that for a minute. I've been to a number of your games, and a lot of times, they're bigger and a little stronger. But I remember games where that didn't matter. Our guys came out, on the good end of the score, and. So yeah, what you're saying is exactly right. We've always been able to compete. 2019 we were second place in the Wickenheiser. 2020 the championship. And the one thing I wanted to mention too, there was a coach, and maybe you can speak to that, Dan Rupp. And that 2020 year was really an emotional year for your players because unfortunately Dan passed away with cancer. And he had coached and really ran the program and did a tremendous job. Yeah. And that was sort of an emotional victory for your kids. And I don't know if you want to speak to that a little bit.
Well, and that was Carson's first year. So I was sort of new to the program that year too. But you're correct. I think they drew a lot of emotion and put a lot into that year. And I don't know if you know, his son his coached the team that year.
Right.
And they had some other assistant coaches that were involved with the team previously as well and played for the team previously. So they did a really good job of putting that together. And I think the kids really, there was some emotion behind that and got them motivated to win that year. So that was a big deal.
And I think that speaks also to Duchesne in terms of developing community. Because everybody was really vested in making that a great year for Dan, on Dan's behalf and his memory. So that was really a wonderful thing. Yeah. So you were mentioning that we're a small school, but we compete with the big boys. I was looking up some of the kids on that team. Trevor Bagley plays for East Texas Baptist. Jack Boschert, who was the goalie, is in the EHL. Does that sound right to you?
He is, yeah. I was going to say Carson. No,
he's playing juniors.
Carson follows these guys.
And where is that at?
just the league in general.
Mhm.
I'm not 100% sure, but it's one of the junior programs, which is like usually 18 through 21-year-olds that are young, still trying to develop and get to the next level of hockey. So, and EHL is pretty high up there. So considering that, our program fostered a player that got to that level is good to know.
Yeah, he was a very good goalie.
Yeah. Vinny Conti.
Yeah.
Scored 68 goals in 2 seasons. He went on. He wasn't a very big guy either, though.
Yeah.
He was dynamic, though. He had great speed.
He did.
His stick handling. He was fun to watch. When he jumped on the ice, you never knew what was coming.
Right, and he scored 41 goals this one season. In one season, that was. I think he was leading the area for quite a while.
Yeah.
He's at Missouri State playing. Derek Cagle is at Missouri State. So, my point is, we're a small program, but we turn out some, champion players.
Mm-hmm.
And,
We do, and
we know you guys will be there in a few years as well.
Yeah,
so.
we've got some really good talent on this team, and what we have right now is we have a pretty young team. So I cannot wait to watch this team develop over the next couple years because there's a lot of the bulk of the team is on the younger end.
Okay.
So as we develop through the next couple years, I have a feeling that this team is going to develop into something that's going to be capable of doing what that Wick Cup team did.
Something special.
Yep.
That's tremendous.
Isn't that so exciting about high school sports? You can have these rebuilding years, but it's a period of 4 years, and you might be on top maybe for a year or two, or if you're the women's soccer program for quite a few years, very, very fortunate there. But the ups and the downs, that roller coaster ride is so emotional that when you do make it so far, it's incredible. I mean, we sent a girl to state for tennis. We sent a girl to state for golf. We sent the soccer team to the state quarterfinals. We sent the football team to the state semifinals. Just
basketball last year.
Basketball
Final
last year, Final Four. I'm telling you, the past 12 months, our athletic program has been exciting. It has been so much fun to watch. And it seems like when one sport's having a down year, another sport's having an up year, and they just kind of ride together and mesh together, and it just makes for one incredible year. And to be a student up here and to go through those highs and lows together as well, boy, when you celebrate those highs together, it's something special.
Yeah, that's very well said. I've got to tell you a story. So watching the kids develop, that's so much fun, to see them improve over the years. And we've lived in the same neighborhood for 26 years, and around the corner is the Mears family. And they were really great hockey players for us. Austin Mears, and I forget what his brother's name was. But I saw those kids when they were real little in their driveway out there slapping pucks at each other. And I'm sure Mr. and Mrs. Mears, they probably still have dents in their garage door and the side of their van and so forth. But it was really great to see them grow and then hit the ice for Duchesne and follow their careers. And I think that's a lot of fun.
That's funny you bring up that story because these two over here, in our neighborhood that we live in, they had a net. Remember the lighter net you guys had? Yeah. They used to cart that down to a more flat street about a block away from us. And eventually the parents came out and said, okay, move it on. Like, I think they were afraid of some pucks getting loose and hitting their house as well. But so they were just searching for the best area to have a game in. But
sure.
It's kind of the same thing. They people see them in the streets, and in the summertime, a lot of times they'll put the rollerblades on and they'll take the rollers into the court or the street right there. So yeah, it's something that they're constantly doing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So we've talked a lot. What about you guys? Is there anything you want to add? Any observations or perspectives that you want to share with us about playing hockey for the Duchesne program?
Well, some just got reminded to me about you brought up rollerblading. We do have a roller hockey team too in the springtime. Mm-hmm. So a lot of our players, do that. Uh-huh. A lot of our players do that. It's also a club, so players from other teams can join. It's very inexpensive, I think, and
off season.
Yeah, it's something to do in the off season. And
where do they play those games?
Some of them are at Veta 70, if you know where that is, and some are at Queenie Park, which is far, but there's I'd say most of them are at Veta, but they go in between those two rinks, and then every year the city usually turns one ice rink into a roller rink, and most of the time it's Fenton, but it varies. So there's that.
Interesting.
Yeah, and the Duchesne, you mentioned you didn't know, they really kind of just started it last year. And the last year's team decided they kind of wanted to stick together. And so it was pretty much most of the kids from the ice hockey team that stuck with the roller team. So it kind of helped create more of a bond between those players too in the off season, because those roller teams, a lot of times it'll be kids from other, because you can really join from just about anywhere. So it was kind of a cool thing they did, putting that team together, and they did pretty good.
Yeah,
they hung near the top of their division most of the season. So
wow,
yeah, they did a good job.
What are your aspirations beyond Duchesne? You play for Lindenwood or somewhere?
I'm looking to play juniors, just like I was talking about before I move on to college hockey. So there's several juniors teams in the area. One of them is the St. Louis Junior Blues. They play at Afton. So I was looking to maybe when I was 18 or something, getting after that, and then try and play in college. And Lindenwood would obviously be amazing because they're D1 and it's close to home. So that would be great. But wherever I end up, that's my goals.
Well, when you guys hit the NHL, I know Jason and I, we'd love to be your agents.
Right, absolutely, absolutely.
I can't tell you how much over the years, and I have met some of the hockey players, how impressive they are as kids. And, I know that it's a lot of getting up real early in the morning when they're young, and it's expensive. It's a huge family commitment, and I think that shows in the kids. And
it is a commitment, but it is. I can't tell you how much fun it is. As a parent, watching not only the development, but just for those that are watching this and have never been to a hockey game before, do yourself a favor, come to one, because they are so much fun. And one of the things I did want to point out, not to get off topic or anything, but as we really want to try to get more students involved in the game. We love it when students show up to the game because they get loud and they get crazy, and the kids will score a goal and they'll slam up against the boards where the students are and interact with them. Sometimes we'll play a big school, and those schools will bring 50 to 100 students to the game, and those games get loud and crazy. So we really want not only just the Duchesne fan base, but St. Charles as well, because Duchesne is part of the St. Charles community, and so we want to see that support as well. So if you've not been to one, come out and watch one sometime, because they are a lot of fun.
When is your next home game? Do you know?
Next home game. A couple weeks.
Yeah, we've got a game coming up that got moved up just on the schedule. We're actually playing this coming Monday.
Okay.
And that is going to be it's going to be at Queenie. So it's not. Well, actually, was that a home game or was that an away game?
I don't know, because we're playing St. Dominic.
Here's the deal. We're playing St. Dominic, which is this is their first year with a varsity team. And we anticipate that this is going to be the growing rivalry. As Duchesne versus St. Dominic. So this will be the first game in that series. So next Monday, 6:30 p.m. at Queenie, which is in Kirkwood. The Kirkwood Club plays there. It's not too terribly far away. It's about 20-25 minute drive. But it is they just actually did some renovations to their rink. So
great.
Kind of anxious to see what they've done. They've done to it, because it was needing some upgrades, and they did some upgrades to it. So if people can make it out, that would be fantastic.
Right. That's awesome. So if you're watching this, come on out and support the hockey program. I've gone to a ton of games over the years. They're a lot of fun, inexpensive. What is it?
Yep.
$5.
Yep.
Right. $5 to get in.
Yep.
Can't beat that.
Yep.
And I know some of your games at the Recplex also, which are nice and close.
The vast majority of them are at Recplex.
Yeah, so nice and close. So there's no excuse not to come out and support you guys. And again, we appreciate you being here. Also, cheerleaders, right? Hockey cheerleaders.
Yeah, we have our own hockey. There are hockey cheerleaders. They go with our team and show up to our games, and they're exclusively for our hockey team. And so they're similar to the hockey program. It's also kind of a club thing as well.
Right.
So it doesn't go directly through Duchesne, but they do have their Duchesne cheerleaders, and so we get to know them, and we do a lot of our off-season events with them as well. So we do the preseason, the blue versus white scrimmage. We do stuff with them at the end of the season. Our banquet, we include the cheerleaders, or vice versa. They include us. It's kind of a teamwork thing, and it's kind of nice to have our own cheerleaders that go with our sport.
That's classy too. I like that. The interaction there outside of just the games, and hockey. I'm a huge hockey fan, big St. Louis Blues fan, and I think one of the things that makes me such a big fan is how classy teams are on the ice, how classy the players are off the ice. You know, constantly donating to Children's Hospital or giving their time, when an opposing team comes in and they're playing at Enterprise Center and when we recognize one of their players for a special accomplishment. I mean, that kind of stuff right there, I don't see that happen in very many sports, if any, besides hockey. And I think that's part of the reason that I'm such a big fan, because you can go from being the classiest guy out there to checking someone into the opposing team's bench, all in 1 hour. So it's fantastic. It's so much fun.
What I've always been impressed with, and you'll see it in not only the high school level, but I think you see it in all levels, is the level of respect for each other. Mm-hmm. And there's this kind of this ongoing saying that, hey, we're enemies on the ice, but friends off the ice.
Absolutely.
And there'll be games when it's hockey, so fights do break out from time to time. But once like game ends, they go and they shake hands, and a lot of times they are teammates on another team,
right?
And they'll be laughing in the lobby about the fight they just got in. And so there's a level of respect that you don't see in a lot of sports. And
right.
I mean, I think you do in a lot of sports. I'm just saying that
sure.
with hockey, it seems to be. And you go back to the NHL tradition, where when you wrap up a playoff series, the lineup at the end where you all shake hands. And that's a great tradition.
And boy, does that got to be hard. When the losing team's going home, all you want to do is go back to the locker room, but you stick it out, you shake hands, you congratulate the other team. Once again, getting back to that classy thing and classy guys, and I know we've got 3 of them standing behind us here.
Well, I guess in closing, if one of our viewers is watching and has a youngster that would like to play hockey, or someone that wants to be a cheerleader, how do they get a hold of you?
So we actually have a board, and I'm not on the board this year. I will be next year. So you can we have stuff through social media, through Facebook, and basically you can reach out to any of the kids in the program. But we are always looking for new players for the B Development League, and that. Right now, it kind of got pushed back because of COVID, so that generally runs in the spring. The great thing about Duchesne is some teams, they will not have their B team start practicing until the regular season's over, and then they'll go into their B season. Duchesne's very unique, as they and a handful of other schools, they keep their B going all season long. So the B players practice with the varsity on a regular basis because. In our opinion, that is a developmental team. We want them to practice with the varsity players, so we have a better product down the road, especially for our varsity program.
That's good.
So it's so kids who are looking for a B team that they don't have a high school that has a program. This is a great B team to be on because they're going to get a lot of ice time and they're going to get a lot of playing time.
That's tremendous. Well, Jason, is there anything you want to add?
In closing, I'm going to go back to the I Give Catholic. Gentlemen, thank you all very much for coming and supporting Duchesne hockey, and I hope everyone at home here is enjoying everything that we're trying to provide for you today on I Give Catholic. To reiterate, we're at 60% of our goal. We go till 8 o'clock tonight, and we would love to get up closer to hit that $200,000 mark. I'd love to see it surpass it. And Mike, I'm sure you and I can take full credit for that, right, when that happens. So, but once again, we are at 60%. We're doing fantastic, but we could use more help. $119,000 raised so far, and we would love to see that number grow. So please consider giving to Duchesne. Your money will definitely be well spent on the facilities, on the children, and we would greatly appreciate any assistance you're able to give. It doesn't have to be a large amount. If your family can't contribute a large amount, that's fine. You want to send in $5, $10, that's fine. We have donors that have sent in significant amounts, but every little bit helps, and it just shows that you care about Duchesne. So please consider giving.
And come out and support the hockey team. And
yes.
Thank you guys for being here with us tonight.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you.
Welcome back to I Give Catholic on Giving Tuesday here at Duchesne. It is me, Mrs. Turner, Debbie Turner, class of 96.
I am Patrick Turner, class of 2003.
And then this is Frankie Turner, class of 2039, and Darren Turner, class of 2036. And we just wanted to take a minute to thank all of you in the Duchesne community for all of your generous contributions to our school, to our kids. Today's just been unbelievable. We just reached our $126,000. So, I mean, just completely out of the park. And that's all because of you. And we just wanted to take a minute to stop in and thank everybody.
Yeah, we're at 62% of the goal here. And with the Alumni Challenge and Power Hour, we're asking you to donate your graduating year in any denomination that you can. Every little bit helps. We're here with our kids. They're excited, as they always are, when we're on campus here. We remember being here as young pioneers and then coming through the halls here and now being here as adults. And we're trying to ensure that for future generations. And that's why we joined I Give Catholic to help give to Duchesne. And we're urging all of you to do the same thing.
Yeah, it's funny. A lot of times people will ask me why I like Duchesne or love Duchesne as much as I do. And I don't have a real answer. It's just inevitable. It's just something within me that I love this school. And I attribute a lot of it to literally growing up here. My brothers and sisters were all older than me, and they were in high school when I was born. And I grew. You need to use the bathroom? We are live, people. Can you wait like 2 minutes? Okay. Thanks, buddy. So literally growing up here in that people would hand me around the bleachers when we were at my brother's basketball games. My sister was a cheerleader. She always likes for me to include that. But I grew up here, and I think that's part of how I have grown to love this school so much. So when people said, oh my gosh, you're crazy for taking those kids all the way to Gower, Missouri for the state semifinal, I said, no, you're crazy not to. Because I remember being 4 years old when the 82 team, are we knocking on wood? Okay, knock on wood if you're with me. Okay. I remember being at that game, and I remember the excitement, and I remember everything about it. And so that's just part of what's made me who I am, and it's this school and this community. And so I just wanted to take a minute to share that with everybody. And again, thank you so much to our donors. This has been just more than we could even imagine. Darren, come up here for a second. Tell them, what's your favorite part about Duchesne?
That they win all the time.
What's that?
That they win a lot of time.
That they win all the time.
My one.
There you go. There you have it. We're not competitive at all.
But my favorite one is nothing.
Were you pretty excited when they won the district championship in soccer?
Yeah.
Yeah, you were.
No.
You did quite the celebration. If you were there, you know what I'm talking about. So,
3-1.
Anyway, again, thank you, everybody. Pat,
Yeah.
you have anything to add?
Thank you to all the donors. Thank you to everybody that's been helping out today and throughout the I Give Catholic campaign. And we just urge you once again that every little bit helps in all the different things that we're trying to do to improve Duchesne. And we thank you very much for thinking of Duchesne throughout this I Give Catholic campaign and on Giving Tuesday.
Okay, and what do we say? It's a great day to be a pioneer.
Let's go Pioneers.
Yes.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, baby.
And welcome back to I Give Catholic. And this segment, we're going to get into a sports roundtable. My name is Paul Boschert. I graduated in 1977. And from your left to right, Wade Boslog, our head basketball coach, longtime coach and teacher at Duchesne. Ethan Kissel, the good-looking young guy here on the dais. He's a senior here. To my left, your right, Jason Boschert. What a nice name you have there, sir.
It really is nice.
And my fellow classmate, Mike Ryan. Both of us in the class of 77. We put Jason between us because we got some stuff we're going to talk about here a little bit. So
I'm not comfortable in this seat.
You're probably not. You're probably not.
It's going to get hairy later.
We thought we'd start off with the fall season. We just wrapped up, and Ethan will give us some support as the football team had a great season this year and a great run for Ethan over the last 4 years, and very proud of the Final Four efforts. And Ethan, tell us a little bit about the football season.
I feel like this year, I feel like we adjusted well, getting a new coach and everything. We finished 8-5, and obviously, like you said, we were semifinalists, and I mean that's a big deal. So it's good to finish out the season, going up on the wall, making history, becoming immortal. So.
You are.
It's just great. Yeah, we're immortal.
I like that.
It's immortal.
That's great.
So, I mean, that's just an awesome thing for us and for the whole school. It didn't finish on a win, but we still made it pretty far.
You guys are so much fun to watch this year.
You were, and you made a lot of us proud. It was, excellent season.
And for the history of the school, you're only the 5th team to go to a Final Four in football with the 82-83 team, 99, 2005. So it's been 17 years since the team's made it to the Final Four.
How long have we had a football program here, Paul?
I want to say probably about 57 years, 56, 57 years. So about once out of every 10 or 11 years, we get that opportunity. So congratulations on a great football season and great career to you.
Thank you.
Now the guy to your right is probably happy that your football season is over. But every week he would come into my office right next door and he'd always say, I'm going to get these guys back soon, aren't I? I said, it's probably going to be another week. But he's really handled it well, but he's really been conditioned because we did the COVID year where we didn't get a chance. So Coach Boslog, tell a bit about our basketball season coming up.
I mean, I'm excited. We've got 4 starters back from a Final Four team. I think we have a chance to be better than we were last year, which has obviously ended really well. So I'm excited about getting to have these guys for another year. You know, most of our senior class, we'll probably start 4 seniors. Most of those guys have been on varsity since their freshman year. So they've made a lot of growth, had a lot of growth since their freshman year, and it's just kind of exciting to have so many guys back. We had our first kind of full practice today, and we're in a much better place right now than we were even this time last year, despite our late start, just because these guys know what to expect and what's going on, and I think we'll have some good senior leadership, and I think we're going to have better depth than we had last year. We were pretty tight on our depth, so I'm excited. It should be a fun year. I can't wait to get started.
Mike, we've covered this since we were in school, never had a Final Four team. And Coach, I got to ask you last year, Final Four?
Yeah, I don't know what to tell you. We've talked about it. I thought during the year we played a really tough schedule, so our record wasn't real pretty. But we told the kids throughout the year, especially as we got into January, that we're headed in the right direction. Things are getting there. And I don't know if they believed me or not, but I think at the end of the year they finally kind of clicked and figured it out. And next thing you know, we're in the Final Four. It was pretty exciting. So.
I think you're exactly right. I watched that team last year, and they just continue to get better and better. And I think the chemistry at the end really made a huge difference. And sometimes that takes a while to develop.
Right. And like you said, it's been you've had kind of a fits and start high school career because, freshman year we had to play a bunch of them as freshmen, and it was kind of rough at times. And then their sophomore year was COVID year, and that was just an absolute train wreck of a year for everybody. So we really didn't have any continuity there. So last year was kind of the first year where they were upperclassmen and had an opportunity to have a season, and I think it just was that kind of culmination of getting over all the mess of their freshman and sophomore years to finally click and figure it out.
Can I ask you a question? So you've been up here how many years now?
It's my 20th year.
Congratulations on that.
Congratulations.
You've done a great job. So what is the most rewarding thing about your job in terms of coaching these kids, and not just this team, but over the years? What do you look back on with pride?
I mean, it's going to be cliche, but I just think it's relationships you build with the kids. Just going back to the Final Four and the state quarterfinals, one of my favorite things about the state quarterfinals, obviously we won the game and that was phenomenal, but just we had 10, 15 former players there that were just as excited as these guys, just as excited for me. So having those guys where this program has kind of meant something to them and they come back and they want to be around it. We have what we call our Legends League in the summer, and a bunch of our guys come back and play in that. Getting to go and, staying in touch with the guys. I'm going to go tomorrow night and watch Adam Moore play with his college team. Just being able to stay in touch with the guys and build those relationships that are lifelong. I think that's been the best thing, especially about being at Duchesne or being at a place for 20 years. It's just got really deep roots with these guys, and so it means something for them to go to Duchesne.
Mm-hmm.
I think the basketball program has meant something to them, so they stay connected with me through that has been the most rewarding part.
I'd like to remind everybody that the reason for this is raising money. I Give Catholic. Some of the things we're looking to purchase is a new sound system for the gym, improving our Performing Arts Center, additional technology for STEM in our Broadcasting Center, which is where we're at right now, updated lighting to save energy and energy costs, new HVAC system with AC window units. So a lot of things that we're trying to get. Last total was $120,000 that we raised, which is incredible. So we thank all of you from our Duchesne family and friends that are donating through the past 10 hours. We got a couple hours yet to go, so hopefully can keep those numbers growing in the right direction.
Do you recall where we stand?
So last check was 62%. $122,000, I believe, is where we're sitting at. Number 1 in the Archdiocese of St. Louis, and number 5 in the nation as far as I Give Catholic. So we are very proud. It's incredible. It really is. And the St. Louis area has stepped up for Duchesne, the Duchesne community. We are almost $100,000 more than the next
closest
school or parish that is doing the I Give Catholic. So, which keep in mind, not all of them are doing it, but boy, that speaks volumes to our depth. I mean, we're getting ready to celebrate 100 years here at Duchesne. So we've got some alumni, that they think of us in their wills and all that, but they come up here and they donate wholeheartedly. Just here's money. How can you use it? Or some of them are maybe they majored in theater or that was their passion when they were here, so they'd like to put it towards the theater department, and we're happy to do those things. There are so many different areas where we can take that money and spread the love out with all of our students and all of our teachers. So it's incredible. I look back, and for those of you that don't know my family history, which is close to Paul Boschard's family history, but we split off somewhere close to Adam and Eve, I think.
Well, let's put it this way. You can't walk down the hallway and round the turn without bumping into a Boschard.
And there's another one sitting over here right now, in fact, Maggie. So, but as far as my family goes, we go all the way back to the class of 1945 for my grandma on my dad's side. And then both my parents graduated, and my aunts and uncles and myself and my wife and our daughter, and now my son's a sophomore. So a lot of tradition here, and we're not the only family like that, right? I mean, there are families that have been here longer than we have, and that's astounding.
Yeah.
And it just goes to show that Duchesne is here to stay. We're about to celebrate 100 years. We're not going anywhere. The Archdiocese confirmed that. Which that was a huge shot in the arm for us. We were really excited to get that news and to share that news with everyone. And wow, this has been incredible. And to switch gears here just a little bit, Paul, speaking of incredible feelings, I had a question that kind of came up that popped in my head when you were talking here, Ethan, and we were talking about Final Four last year for basketball. And I'm the current booster president, and we sent a pep bus down, which actually ended up turning into 2 pep buses.
We had the one with the team bus, and then you had the pep bus,
and then one for the pep bus. Okay, so we had this incredible cheering section, the pep bus, but then we had a number of us, like myself, that would take a whole group of kids, load up the car, go spend the night, and stay. Could you feel the energy? Was it fun?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. It felt like almost half the school was there. It felt like everybody was there.
It did.
It was cool. Go out on the court at Mo State, and you look up in the crowd and it's deep. It's
Yeah.
real deep and it's real loud. And that's just cool to see. It's cool to feel. It's a lot of support. It
Yeah.
feels like a lot of support. So
It was such a great feeling as a fan to be there and be a part of the team, and it. I don't want to say I felt sorry for the other team, but our student section, cheering section, I don't even want to call it the student section because it was students, but there were a lot of adults there as well. We dwarfed the opposing team. I mean, they were maybe 30, 40 deep in their stands, and we probably had 100 to 200 in our stands.
there was easily 100 kids.
It was so loud, and it was so great. And I never did get a chance to ask a player that. So that's great to hear. I'm glad you felt it because I know I felt it on my end.
Yeah, it just felt incredible.
That's great.
Like, it was just like, it felt like we were on the spotlight for the school. It felt like we were representing everybody.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody was cheering us on. It's just great to feel like that.
Right.
What is your takeaway when you leave Duchesne? What are your thoughts and perspective about your time here?
The big thing, I think everybody could agree with me with this, the community here is just it's overwhelming. Like, there's support from so many different people. So we just lost on Saturday, and the amount of people that have said something to me, gave me a hug that I don't normally talk to,
Mm-hmm.
they've gone out of their way to make me feel better. They've told me that they're proud of me. They told me my career was good. Everybody here just goes out of their way to make everybody feel included, and that's probably the biggest takeaway for me personally.
And that'll stay with you for your entire life.
I'm sure many of my classmates would say the same thing. But the community here is just incredible.
What are your plans?
I don't know yet. I have a few options.
Well, basketball first, right? we maybe don't want to look too far ahead.
So I still don't know what sport I want to play. So it'll come down to that.
Yeah.
So I have to wait for this season.
It's good to have options.
Absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
Mike, you were saying something about things staying with you for years, and I think this is why I've been strategically placed in between you and Paul Boschert. I hear that when you two were growing up playing basketball together, one of you fed the other one quite a few assists, and the other one got to reap all the benefits.
Yeah, that's you heard.
Mike,
that.
I'll let you tell the story, Mike.
Oh, okay, well,
Since you brought it
why
up.
don't you expand on this? I'm going to take just a little slide back. Paul, if you'll slide that way, and then we'll figure out what happened back then.
Actually, we had a great time. We grew up together from first grade on. We've known each other, gosh, closing in on 60 years.
Right.
Paul's one of my good friends. He's the athletic director here. We live 3 blocks away. We've remained good friends. So we played basketball together at Barmail, and we both played guard. And our offensive strategy was to get the defensive rebound, throw the outlet pass to me, and then I was to throw it all the way down the court to Paul, who was running down the court. He grabbed it and would lay the ball in, and we would beat teams 30-20, and he would have 25 points. And you know, you
had 13 assists or 12 or 13 assists.
You just didn't spread the love too much, but I'm not bitter. But you know, but anyway, no, it was a great time, and we've known each other for a long time, and we had a great time up here at Duchesne.
Yes, yeah, we came
both
here
married young gals from Duchesne, and I love coming up here and watching the kids play. You'll see me up in the stands all the time. I do have to mention our coach back in grade school was Bob Vogt, who is one of Duchesne's staunchest supporters in terms of being up in the stands. I haven't seen Bob in a while, but I'm sure he'll be.
Well, I'm hoping with COVID kind of behind us,
Right.
we lost a lot of those that were coming to the games. I'm
Right.
hoping this year they'll be back, especially after the run these guys made last year. I think there's a lot of excitement for your basketball season.
I didn't really, in grade school, necessarily agree with his offensive strategy, but, you know, hey.
I listened to the coach.
And you were rewarded with points.
Yeah, and I was set up for the defensive press after I scored.
And
so
there
it
you
worked
go.
out- It worked
there you
out
go.
well. So,
yeah, for some of us.
Yeah. Yeah.
But, you know, I was sitting here thinking while you guys were talking, and one of the most exciting moments that I ever was part of in terms of sitting in the stands was the year we won districts with Zach. And Josh Harrelson was playing for St. Charles High, who later went on into the NBA, played for Kentucky and NBA. And that would have been Kramer Soderbergh at West. who is now the coach at Milligan.
Right.
And you're talking about 3 tremendous teams all came together at the same time, and we hosted that final game for districts. And I think we had to close the door. There were so many fans that came, and we just couldn't put everybody in.
They had kids lined up at 4 o'clock for a 7 o'clock game.
Yeah.
And they closed. They were turning people away. It was unreal.
And that was a tremendous game. In fact, if you go online and Google that, Mike Moore did a YouTube video, and you can watch bits and pieces of the progression of that. And as I recall, didn't Kramer heave up a 3-pointer just inside half court, and it hit the rim and went up?
Yeah,
the buzzer went off.
We were up. I don't know. We were up, and he missed a late 3 that would have won it to end the semifinals. So we beat West in the semifinals, and then we Harrelson actually missed a layup. They got it at half or side out, and they threw it long to Harrelson. He missed a layup at the end of the championship game that would have tied it. And we ended up winning. That was the first district here in like 30 years.
Yeah,
so it was,
right.
So that was a
More than that, 1970.
Yeah.
So
it was
what
before
year
I
was that?
born.
What year was that?
That would have been 06. So it would have been 36 years.
36 years they went. And then I know the guy that was on the team was Terry Hollander, who was a coach over St.
Right.
Charles West. So you talk about, and he's old. So so that's how long we went from winning the district. So.
See how he is,
We
Terry?
still love you, Terry. We still love you. Some of us more than others.
Yeah, that was just that whole season was fantastic.
Yeah, it was fun.
Who were some of the players? I know Zach was on that team, but and he scored over 1,000 points in his
Yeah,
career.
we were just talking about Zach because he's still all-time leading scorer. He scored almost 2,000 points.
Wow.
Matt Pullman was on that team. Mike Lotta, Joe Ginnebacher, Matt Austin.
Dan Friedel.
Dan Friedel was the starter on that team. I'm trying to think who else I'm missing. That was our starters. John Clark, I still talk to him some. That was kind of the core group, I think. Hopefully I didn't miss anybody. But, and that's the cool thing is I'm still in touch with a lot of those guys.
Yeah.
Through different avenues and stuff.
That had to be a lot of fun, but I'm sure it put some gray hairs in you because those games came right out of the wire.
I was 30 years old, so I didn't know what I was doing. I was just kind of happy to be there.
What do you think now, Ethan? Did you know what you're doing?
No,
I think so.
Okay.
After last year.
He's got to work out.
Yeah, that was phenomenal. Like that's still one of the great moments in my career in our time here. Just the crowd was phenomenal, and if you watch that video that Mike posted on there, like you can see how big our student section was, and it was just a phenomenal.
Tons of alumni. It was.
I want to ask, wait, you stayed around here a long time, and there's no secret to this. I've been here for 3 years as an athletic director at Zumwalt West and St. Charles West prior to that. And every time you talk about conversations of upcoming coaches that are looking for this job and that job, your name always came up. But you stayed at Duchesne. Why?
It's the community piece. I grew up in a small town in Illinois for most of my life, and part of the reason I think I'm want to coach and wanted to coach was the small town I lived in Illinois. Basketball was huge; like that was the thing to do. So I grew up going to the high school games and all that. Grew up going to the Illinois State Tournament. We'd go every year, and I get that same kind of. I tell everybody I get to coach in a small town at Duchesne without necessarily having to live in a small town. Not that there's anything wrong with small towns, but. So that sense of community is huge, and let's be honest. We've had a really good run of talent, so we've been able to be successful, so that helps. But that sense of community, you just don't get that at some of those bigger schools. The fact that people come back and the kids come back, it means something to people. So it's just hard to leave that. Our parents and kids here are phenomenal. I just have limited parent issues, and I have limited kid issues as far as. They're great to coach. They're fun to be around. That's a big part of it. I've got a really good quality of life with the type of people I'm around and the people I coach. I love the people I work with at the school during the day. And outside of the coaching part, like the kids I have in the classroom are just phenomenal kids. Like it's just great to come to work every day with those guys because it's going to be fun and it's going to be a great atmosphere and a great environment. So it's about the community. It's about the people I work with and the people I get to be around, really.
Your name was the first name that came up. So my daughter graduated in 2021, and my son came in the very next semester. So I have had a freshman in college, freshman in high school. So of course, the summer before Trevor's coming in, they're talking, okay, who's your favorite teacher? What's your least favorite subject? you know, you want this lunch, you don't want this lunch, all these things. And your name was number one for Belle as far as absolute all-time favorite teacher. And I was like, why? She's like, I don't know. He's just really cool. I just really like his class. And it's one of those things too, and I can't remember health and wellness or
I like health, fit and well.
fit and well. Yeah, fit and well. And I was like, well, how can you like fit and well so much? She's like, I don't know how to explain it, but he's like really serious about fit and well, and we have to take this seriously. And I'm like, okay, well that makes perfect sense, because I mean she's one of those girls that anytime I cracked open a soda instead of a water, she's looking at me like, what are you doing? Drink water, not soda, Dad. So she absolutely loved your class, and then now that has passed on to where Trevor's got a love for you, and that's the sense of community, right? She never played for you. Trevor will never play for you, because a game of horse with myself and Trevor will go on for hours. We are no good at basketball. So unfortunately, neither of my kids are going to play for you, but they still love you, and that just speaks to the community that we've got going on up here.
Yeah. Is there any other sports you would want to talk about? Well, we're here. We can't ignore the girls.
Well, I just want to kind of recap our fall. What a fall we've had. We had cross country. We had representation there with Oliver and Claire. We had Maddie Danker go to golf state. We had our soccer team win a district, first time in many years. And then we had our football team go to the Final Four. So it was
And MK.
MK,
yeah, went to
that's
state.
right. And our tennis, she was down there. So we've had a great fall from our individual sports
Unreal.
and our team sports. So I think it's been a great year for us, and I think we're going to see some good things here in the winter. But what do you attribute all that to? Come on, I set you. I gave you a softball here. Come on, Ethan. It's all about the coaching, buddy.
Great coach.
About great coaching.
And I ask you the same question. It's all about the talent.
It's
So.
about the talent.
It's all of it coming together.
Yeah.
All together. Staying bought in, staying with each other.
Mm-hmm.
So just stay bought in. Don't break apart. You know, stay together.
Right.
And we talked about this earlier too. We do have a smaller enrollment, but that doesn't mean our athletics suffer. I mean, we as you just said,
Oh yeah, clearly not.
You know,
So-
we do really well, and I know we're going to continue to do that. So
It's so exciting. It really is. So when you look back at all of your years here, Ethan, what's the number one memory? And it doesn't have to be Final Four. I get that that's huge, right? But whether it be sports or someone in school, what is it? What goes to number one?
It's definitely sports. I probably have two.
Okay.
Because both sports, you know, I can't
Sure.
pick between.
Let's see if I can. I got my two in my mind. Let's see if you get the same ones.
So this year, we beat St. Dominic on homecoming. It was the first time I got to play them in football, and finished 1-0 against your school's biggest rival.
Right.
Is, you know, undefeated against them.
And they had a
On
pretty decent
homecoming.
year this year, right?
Yeah,
They're in the championship.
Yeah, they're in the state championship.
Yeah.
next
Which
week.
good luck to St.
So-
Dominic, by the way. We are actually rooting for you guys. We would love to see you guys bring home a state title for St. Charles County.
So yeah, that's number one football, probably for sure. Basketball, definitely last year, the quarterfinal game against Cole Camp. Just as soon as the buzzer hit, everybody was just freaking out, and everybody was just like, "Oh my God, we're going to the Final Four!" And just like the crowd on the floor, and like he said earlier, the amount of alumni players that I talked to. They were in the locker room celebrating with us. There was like 20 of them. I talked to the Moore brothers after that. Like, it was just incredible. An incredible feeling. Everybody's like rooting for you, cheering for you. And we were like, oh my God, we're going to the Final Four. And that was cool in itself, you know, get to take a trip with your teammates. But beating Cole Camp to go to the Final Four, that's probably number one for basketball. And I didn't play too bad, so
That always helps.
That's also why it's up there.
You did play well.
The game before that was amazing too. So those two games just together.
Is that the one where Nathan against was the first
Yeah, that was
option?
against
That was
Monroe
first
City.
option on the
First
football?
option, yeah. And it was just.
Didn't he score the first basket and the last basket of that game?
I don't remember the first one. He obviously
I think you're right.
Yeah, I
you're
think
right.
so.
Yeah. The winner.
Bookends.
Yeah.
Right.
But yeah, those two games just together, just the environment that you're in playing there, it's just crazy.
I saw you do that at the game. The Cole Camp game up there was awesome. But one that a lot of people didn't see that I got to witness afterwards was watching 20 of your former players walking down the hall looking for Coach Boslog and the team. And I thought, that's what makes Duchesne a family. And I thought that was so cool to see those guys walking down the hall to go congratulate the coach. And I thought it was pretty cool.
So Ethan, we may have some youngsters or parents with young kids that haven't maybe selected a high school. Why would you tell them to come here? And
from my personal experience, just you're cared for, like from everybody. So I have two coaches. I play football and basketball, and both of them, they both care for me a lot, and they ask me questions that don't pertain to the sport. They check in on me. They ask me how my day's going, stuff, just small stuff like that. And all the teachers that I have, I know them well enough that I can go and have a conversation with them. They're not just my math teacher. I can talk to them about anything. So I just feel very loved here. And I think everybody feels the same way.
That's nice.
Yeah. Well, I think we're going to go ahead and wrap this segment up. But before we go, we want to thank all of our viewers that have donated to I Give Catholic throughout the day today. Those of you that are thinking about doing it, you got about another hour and a half, I think, to do that. We welcome your donation. Again, we're looking for new sound system in the gym, improvements for our Performing Arts Center, additional technology for our STEM and Broadcast Center, updated lighting to save energy and energy costs, HVAC system and AC window units, and finally tuition assistance to educate more of our students in mind, body, and spirit. So on behalf of everybody here,
I'm sorry, I'm going to interject because I just checked my watch.
Oh my goodness.
We have 2 minutes. 2 minutes left of Power Hour. So Power Hour is donate your graduating year. So we would love to see some donations come in. In fact, I noticed one earlier, class of 1998. That's my class. We noticed a donation coming in from you guys. It was anonymous, but we certainly appreciate it. So you've got a couple more minutes here to hit the Power Hour before we leave.
And then we got one more hour to go, and we're going to get back here in a few minutes. But I want to thank Coach Boslog, Ethan.
Good luck this year.
Mike and Jason.
Before we go, when is a good home game coming up that we'd all would like to come up and watch?
Well, we got a Friday home game against Valley Park next Friday. Not this Friday, but the next Friday. So
Okay.
that might
Great.
be Friday night.
We've pushed one game back because
Yeah,
of
we
the
did.
football season. Orchard Farm was supposed to be this Friday. We're pushing that to January 10th. The Clayton game is kind of in limbo. We're working on that right now, but for sure Valley Park next Friday.
Valley Park next Friday.
We'll be there.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And welcome back to I Give Catholic. We're live at Duchesne High School. My name is Jason Boschert. I'm the current athletic booster president, and today I am joined with Michelle Giesman, who is in charge of the Trading Post, which is a fantastic little Trading Post idea here. Apparel store, get kind of whatever you need supplies-wise. So want to give a quick update. We are currently at $122,500 donated, which is unbelievable. By far the number one in the Archdiocese of St. Louis. So very, very thankful for everyone's donations. And we still have time to go. According to Apple Watch, we still have 47 minutes. So would love to see those donations come in. Our goal is $200,000. And we're hoping that we've got a few donors left that are going to help us reach that goal. So Michelle, how about giving us an update, just a few thank yous here to start off.
Yeah, I'd like to give a shout out and a thank you to Vince Morris, Patrick and Julie Pryor, Kim and John Choinka, Mike and Molly Riley, Bob and Pam Bealey, John and Bridget Nave, and Laura and Dan Westhughes. Thank you for donating recently. We really appreciate all the assistance that we're getting and that we'll continue to get over the next, hopefully, 46 minutes. Yeah. So, yeah, thank you very much.
Absolutely. So, the Trading Post. Let's start with the obvious. It's hard to find sometimes. So how about telling us where the Trading Post is for those that aren't familiar with the school?
Well, first of all, the coolest thing about being at Duchesne is that if you keep walking the hall, you will walk all the way around the school. And you will walk past the Trading Post at least one time. But I am in the back side, I guess right in front of the gym, back where the windows are. And I have the joy of listening to every practice that goes on in the gym and the balls that bounce upstairs and in the cage and things like that. But that's where the Trading Post is. I kind of take over the area 3 times a week, and then some football games and basketball games and different things like that. We are the place that you can come to get your school uniforms, your shirts, and we also have a variety of spirit items, and I drive Jason crazy and a lot of other people, give me ideas. And the students are amazing at coming up. Every sport, many of the clubs all want one or more hoodie, sweatshirt, different things like t-shirts, things like that. So they'll come up with a design, they send it to me, we approve it, or say maybe you should tweak it a little bit, what color they want, what they want on it. Then I send it out for bids to a variety of different vendors in the area. And we make their t-shirts or their sweatshirts. And then I also do stock items that I sell in the store. Big one this year was the game day football sweatshirt. Yeah. Now I'm working on a game day basketball sweatshirt, and there'll be more of those. But sometimes I'll see a design that the students do that I like so much, I want to sell it, for the parents and for alumni and things like that. So we're always trying to change it up a little bit. Some items may not sell this year, and then everybody wants it next year, and so it's just a labor of love, but I absolutely love it.
Well, and you just had the fleece-lined beanies as well at the last home football game, which, did I hear this right? Did you sell like 200 of those?
No, but I sold probably close to 150.
Wow.
We started out with last year's sad little, already did that beanies, and then I thought, well, we'll get a different one this, for the rest of the games this year. So I ordered a different one. I sold 46 beanies at the Saturday game, last home game, in less than half of the football. Okay, I mean, they're just coming up. And the newest ones I got were fleece lined. So then before they went to the quarterfinals, I had to order more. And I will shout out to Fubadap. They did these for me so fast and got them back. And so everybody had the ability to stay very warm.
I really wish I had one here to show everyone. I love it. I put it on. I wore it that whole game because it was a cold day. So that certainly helped the sales. But it's not every day that you put on a hat and it's really comfortable. Yeah. But to have a fleece-lined hat like that, that was amazing. So do you still have more available?
Yes, I do.
Okay. All right. So there's your item to go.
So
that's the Jason-approved item of the week.
And I do open for a variety of different things. I always have a couple mom shopping days a year. I try to have one in the summertime for the new incoming students. Actually, I have more like 3 in the summertime, because when they're testing for their freshman placement test, parents can come down and enjoy, you know, some refreshments and shop. They can order their shirts and pick up their shirts. I also get a lot of uniform shirts lovingly donated back to us from the graduates every year. And we get those cleaned up, and those go on sale at a discount. So I won't fill their actual uniform shirt until they get a chance to go through all of the donated back things. And we also get skirts. And then I'll pick key games where I try to have something out at the football game. I had hats and game day sweatshirts on my table as I was collecting the tickets when they were coming in. I'll open on some key games for basketball, different things like that. So, I work the gates at football and soccer. So I usually have something at those games too. But I'm open every Monday, Wednesday from like 7 until the bell rings, and then on Fridays I'm open from noon until 4. That way, if there's a home game or something, parents might be able to come back and get something.
Sure.
But it's a lot of fun. This is my 5th year that I've been doing it.
And there's some great apparel there. I have a closet full of different things. So when my daughter was accepted at, yeah, exactly. We're both wearing Trading Post clothes right now, in fact. But when my daughter was accepted to Duchesne, and you guys had opened the doors for that special day to allow them to come in for Trading Post hours, I walked out with bags. We were so proud, and we were so happy and so excited, and we walked out with bags of clothes, and it was so much fun. So they're very nice, they're high quality, they're affordable, which is nice. That's why we were able to get so many different things. Yeah. So this is not like it's a major fundraiser for Duchesne. We're just simply trying to provide apparel for everyone, that when they come up and they support the game, they can put on their blue and white and they can support the teams.
Yeah, and I think that, of course, we have to have certain name brands that the kids can't live without, but I think we do a really good job.
Under Armour?
Under Armour.
That's
Under
mine.
Armour. Champion.
Oh, yeah. Champion.
And it's funny, what's really big one year won't be big the next year, and so you're trying to figure out what to do, but it's just a great time. Mom's Shopping Day is coming up on December the 10th. That's a Saturday. That's a morning time thing. We have little breakfast pastries and things, and they pull a ticket, and there's a discount on that. So that's a fun thing. I work my sister into helping out with that. And
but before that,
we've
got a big thing happening on December 4th.
Sunday will be our 2nd annual Pioneer Christmas. I may have borrowed a little bit of an idea from a local college that I worked at for many years, but we won't talk about that. But we will have the front of Duchesne High School all decked out in hundreds of luminaries. We will have a live, wonderful reindeer. His name is Kringle. He will be there, that the kids can have their picture taken in a great big sleigh. We have a very special Santa Claus that's going to be here. And we
the
also
one and only Santa Claus, right?
The real Santa Claus.
Yep.
I don't know if you knew this or not, but Santa Claus is actually a graduate of Duchesne High School.
I've heard that. I heard a rumor.
Well, that is true. That is true. So they will be, and Mrs. Claus will be here too, helping show the way. There'll be a chance for the kids to color. Some of the student organizations will have booths. We will this year urge everyone to show their Pioneer pride by buying a Christmas tree that they can put on their porch, all decorated in our wonderful blue and white. So that's something new that we added this year. And it's from 5 to 7 on Sunday. Just come on up, dress warm. We'll have hot chocolate compliments of the Booster Club.
And this is completely free.
It is free.
The event is completely free. Obviously, there are items that you can purchase, but you can come up and you can just be a part of the experience at no charge. So it's a great family event.
And we have a special sweatshirt, of course, that you can buy that commemorates that also. So it's just, it's a great way to get the students active. It's a great way to get them involved in the season, and it's just a lot of fun. By then I'm crying, and I'm just so happy that's going on.
Well, it was a huge success last year. I completely underestimated the amount of hot chocolate we needed, so I promise if you were standing in line and then we told you we ran out of hot chocolate last year, let me know this year and I'll give you 2 free hot chocolates. How about that? So we have definitely swap things up here on our end, so we'll be ready to go and ready for those crowds.
So it's a great, it's just a great, it's a great night, and it's a great way to kick off the season. And it shows off our beautiful campus, and it shows off our students, because they help set it up, they help fill those sandbags. My sister and I have folded them all, but put the candles in. I mean, it's a real learning experience for them, and they're there from early in the morning until it's over, and I hope that this is a tradition that will carry on long after we're all sitting in our rockers on our porch with our Christmas trees, talking about what a great time it was. So,
absolutely.
I urge everybody to give to this wonderful school. I'm a lifelong resident of St. Charles, Catholic school system. My kids graduated from here. My husband graduated from here. I love this school. I love what it does here in St. Charles and our Catholic education. So please donate. I Give Catholic is a wonderful, wonderful opportunity for us to continue to grow and be everything and more here in St. Charles. So thank you for your time. Come see me in the Trading Post. You can always email me or call the front desk, and the girls will tell you how to get a hold of me. And if you have any ideas about something you'd like to see, if you have a student athlete or a student who's in the school plays or anything, and they're looking for a specific sweatshirt or t-shirt or something like that, have them come see me, and we'll see what we can do to make it happen.
Well, that sounds great. Michelle, thank you so much. Everybody at home, thank you for watching. Thank you for supporting Duchesne High School. 100% of your donation comes straight to Duchesne High School for many different needed facility upgrades. And the list is a long list, and we're going to go over that in the next segment. But basically, just wanted to say thank you very much. We do stop at 8 o'clock tonight. We'd love to try and attain that goal of $200,000. So if you could, please rethink your budget just a little bit. See if there's a little bit more you can give to Duchesne. Help us reach our goal, and let's see if we can really make this a special year for Duchesne High School. Thank you all very much, and I hope you all have a Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Hi, and welcome back to I Give Catholic. Our donations, we appreciate all the donations we've gotten up to this point. Last check, we're above $123,000, which is a remarkable day for us here at Duchesne. We have a lot of things that we're trying to purchase here at the school. We have a new sound system in the gym, which is probably our top priority. Improvements for the Performing Arts Center, new spotlights, additional technology STEM for Broadcasting Center, updated lighting to save energy and energy costs, a new HVAC system to replace the old heating boiler, and the AC window units, and tuition assistant to educate more students in mind, body, and spirit. My name is Paul Boschert. I'm the athletic director here at Duchesne, and welcome in Mike Ryan again. He's taking another. Mike's been great all day. He's been sitting in.
We're in the home stretch, so you know we're almost there.
Yeah, and a different perspective. Normally we're talking to our coaches and our athletes, but
Right.
we're going to get a different perspective here. We've got a parent, a Duchesne parent with us today, Nick Brockmeyer. So welcome to our little threesome here today.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much. I'd like to start off, I guess, I talked to a lot of the athletes and coaches. I'd like to get your perspective as a parent, or your thoughts about Duchesne High School.
Yeah, so as a parent of a student or athlete, or you want to talk about both?
Talk about both.
Okay, so as a student, my son Cole is a sophomore here, and then I have an 8th grader at Barmayo that will be a freshman here next year. I don't think we could have found a better spot for Cole, athletically or academically. I think he's thriving here, and he absolutely loves it. I came from a small town. We only had public schools, so I didn't know much about the private school sector, but we've been nothing but happy here.
And small class, right? You told me?
I graduated with 12 people, yeah.
So you were in the top 12 in your class?
Yeah, I was, yeah. It's actually number 2.
Number 2, there you go, good.
Well, we have a recently formed advisory board, so that we just met about a month ago, but Nick has brought some ideas forward that are really good, and I look forward to, being on the board with you into the future. So,
Same.
Yeah, I think there's some exciting things down the road for Duchesne that you'll be hearing about. And
can you share now, or is that something?
Becky is putting all that together. We gave her so many ideas. She's the director of advancement and admissions, and she's going through all those and is going to distill that down into something more manageable, because
we have too many ideas.
Yeah, but they're all good. But it's all good things. So we're looking forward to that. So your son, you said he's thriving here. What do you attribute that to?
I think it's just I'm not here with him every day, but just from what he says, it's just a very family environment. One thing that he always points out is his relationships with his peers, as well as some of the faculty here, and then the administration as well. Also, one thing that he talks about is that I think a lot of bigger high schools, you have, if you're a freshman, you're a freshman. You don't really talk to seniors. You don't look their way.
Right.
Same with if you're a sophomore, and same with if you're a senior, you're not really talking to the freshmen.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember last year he came in as a freshman, and specifically like soccer is the first sport of the year, and some of the seniors immediately took him under their wing and brought him to the side and talked to him and kind of mentored him. And I know he's only a sophomore, but I've already seen that with him this year as far as even the sophomores. And I think there's not real clear lines between the freshman, sophomore, and junior and senior class. Like it's all one student body, and I think he really likes that.
I think that's a deliberate thing that Duchesne does. They set up the house system, and I don't know if they've discussed that yet today. They looked into that for over 2 years, and I think we were like the first school in the area to institute it. And it's essentially, they separate the kids into 4 separate groups called houses, and there's an equal number of seniors, juniors, sophomores, and freshmen in each one of those. I just think that's a great idea, and it speaks to what you're talking about, that the older kids are trained to be mentors, and so I think it speaks to what you're saying, that they're there to help the younger kids. And we didn't have that one. And,
no, we did not.
Do you remember that first day in school? You were nervous and you didn't know where your locker was and where the classrooms were, and now all of those concerns have been eliminated by introducing them to the older kids, and so I think that's a great system. I don't know of many schools that do that, and I think it pays dividends.
Yeah, he really enjoys the house system as well, and I think they have competitions each Friday, and he looks forward to all that. Mm-hmm. He's pretty competitive.
Tell us a little bit about Nick, 2-sport athlete here in the fall. He played football. After soccer's his main thing, and the next thing you know, I see him suiting up in a football uniform.
Yeah. So when he came here, obviously, one of the other perks of coming here is it's a smaller school. So like he always played baseball, basketball, and soccer. Coming here, he knew that he would probably be able to play those 3 sports at the varsity level at some point. Football was never on the radar. He didn't even try out for football this year. It wasn't even discussed. And then next thing you know, we're up here actually, it's like something out of a movie. It was like 11 o'clock at night, me and my wife and him snuck around the gym and we went to the backfield. He'd never kicked a football. One of the coaches had talked to him about potentially kicking, and we're like, we don't know if he can do this or not. And he kicked it pretty well. Next day he was at practice, and yeah, ended up kicking quite a bit for the football team this year.
Be honest with me, though. You and your wife sitting there in the stands, and he's kicking off. Was there ever a time when you thought that he may have to make his last stance on the kickoff? You get through the first 10 guys, and there's Cole. I think I remember one game he got run over, didn't he?
Well, honestly, I thought as kicker, I thought he was going to be pretty safe. And what I realized is there were quite a bit of times where the guy that received the ball made it through the other 10 guys, and it was him and Cole. I will say though, it happened 3 or 4 times this year, and the guy did not score. I wouldn't say I think it's officially a tackle, but he slowed them down enough by either knocking them out of bounds or slowing them down where someone else could tackle them. So no one scored actually off one of those, but. With him being a soccer player in the fall, I was just hoping he didn't get hurt at those moments. Yeah.
He had a great soccer season too, with all the goals that he scored. So.
Was he the leading scorer on the team?
Yeah, he had 17 goals as a sophomore.
Wow, that's a big year, especially at that age.
He was first team All-State, first team All-Conference, first team All-Region, and Offensive Player of the Year. So he had a big year.
So he's doing just fine up here.
Yeah.
He could have avoided the football tackling thing, but one thing, if you just kick it in the end zone, they put the ball on a 20, you don't have to worry about it.
That's why I did tell him that. I go, just kick it out of the back of the end zone, but yeah.
I have to ask you, so how's your back? Because that's a lot of time sitting in those bleachers.
Yeah. Well, I don't think they still make them. The Booster Club used to have these backs that you could buy, and we own some. So yeah, we're in the bleachers a lot, and then basketball season coming up, and then followed by baseball. So then the next year I'll have 2 of them here playing. So.
Wow, so you'll really be spending a lot of time up here. So what are you looking forward to here at Duchesne in the coming years?
I'm just looking forward to, I think we're in a great spot, but just to continue to evolve, and I'm excited about a lot of the things here on the list, like the new sound system for the gym we were just talking about out in the other room, and just to keep growing this thing and making it better each day.
I think some of the things on the list too, we might consider them costs, but really they're investments because they're going to pay back. The HVAC system, the lighting system, they'll be much more energy efficient, and they're going to provide pretty significant savings for our school. So that they're really worthy of investing in. And so keep the donations coming in. How much time?
I think about a half hour. So
yeah. It's been a great day.
Yes.
Long day for the staff here. They've put so much effort into this, and we have to recognize them as well.
Yeah,
they've done a tremendous job.
Off camera, you guys can't see this, but they're still out there working. So a lot of them have been here for 12 hours. So
yeah. And well, in prefacing this event today, they've been working on this for so long.
All the preparation that went into this.
And it really has paid off because we're #1 in the Arch St. Louis area, right? In
really?
terms of, yeah.
And on top of that, we were meeting with some of the same staff last night till 10 p.m. up here.
Right.
So people are putting in the work.
Yeah, they're dedicated, and Paul is another one of those too.
Yeah.
So
that's your home away from home. I spend more time here than we do at home, probably. Yeah.
All right, is there anything you want to add? Any other observations you might want to share?
No, I appreciate you guys having me, and yeah, keep the donations coming in.
Great.
Well, that wraps it up from this segment. We thank Nick Brockmeyer for joining us today. Mike and I will be back. We have one more segment. We're going to bring Jason Boschert back in. We're going to talk about booster stuff. So make sure you join us here in a few minutes.
Hopefully you're not getting tired of looking at us all day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Wow, what a day to be a pioneer. First of all, I want to thank so many people that made this possible. Eric Seifert, he's just been the man behind all the magic here. Becky Williamson, our new advancement director. Nancy Cole, she's squirreled away up in her office, working hard as ever. Claire Marchink and Rachel Dunaway. So what a wonderful team, what a wonderful community. But before we leave, what are we at right now? 127, 320.
Yeah, wow, awesome. That's amazing.
Thank you. That is amazing.
Thank you.
We are #1 in the city of St. Louis, right?
Yeah.
Yes. And we are #6 nationally in terms of I Give Catholic. All of this is not possible without this community. Our hearts, thank you very much. So we've got some drawings. Do you want to tell us what we got here?
Yes, so we have some coolers donated by our PPA Association. We've got game day snacks, some DHS swag, game day tickets, and then we have the giant cooler over here with just extra snacks and swag. Thank you so much to everyone who donated today. We certainly appreciate you.
Okay, and Jason Boschert, our Booster Club president.
Oh, and the first winner is Jason Boschert. Oh, it's worth a try. All right. First winner of our first bag here is Bill Wells.
Awesome. Yay. Bill teaches band, and he's a teacher here.
Fantastic.
Yes.
Okay, and for the second bag, we're going to skip that one.
Okay. Kurt
Clodius?
Kurt Clodius.
Oh, there we go. Yes.
Clodius.
Just misspelled a little bit.
That's fine.
But we made it through it.
Yeah.
We made it through. We sure did.
But he signed his check just fine.
Yes, he did. All right, and our final bag is Pedro Linzenmeyer.
Awesome.
Pedro Linzenmeyer is our final bag.
And the grand finale
Finale, the rolling cooler. It's got some beverages. I see some tailgating, maybe good use at the upcoming Super Bowl. We'll see what happens.
With the Cowboys. Claire
Marching.
Yay!
All right, Claire. All right.
And community, thank you. Our hearts are overflowing. I just can't thank you enough. Some of the things that we will use this for is our sound system in the gym, and the PAC desperately needs some new theater lights. So thank you, community. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Our students, thank you. What a great day to be a pioneer.
Absolutely.
Yes, awesome.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Have a great night.